Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag. You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look, no plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
Good evening, everyone. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Please sit down. Good evening. Again, I want to welcome you to the March 24th, 2025 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding over the majority of the cases this evening. The first two cases are remand cases and will be heard by Hearing Master Hatley, who is to my right. Let me start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich, who will, she's with the Development Services Department, and she will introduce other staff members, as well as go over any changes we have to tonight's agenda. Ms. Heinrich.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. Also, we have with us with the County Attorney's Office, Mary Dorman, and with the Planning Commission, we have Willow Mikey. And I do not have any unpublished withdrawals and continuances, so I'll just go through the published ones, which begins with item A1, Major Mod 24-0675. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A2, PD 24-0921. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A3, PD 24-0924. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A4, PD 24-1013. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A5, PD 24-1116. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A6, Major Mod 24-1141. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A7, Major Mod 24-1152. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A8, PD 24-1155. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A9, PD 24-1202. This application is being continued by the applicant to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A10, PD 24-1240. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A11, PD 24-1257. This application is being continued by the applicant to the June 16th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A12, PD 24-1311. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A13, Major Mod 25-0025. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A14, Major Mod 24-0133. This application is being continued by staff to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A15, PD 25-0144. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A16, Standard Rezoning 25-0174. This application is being continued by the applicant to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A17, Standard Rezoning 25-0178. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A18, Major Mod 24-0243. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A19, PD 25-0261. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A20, Major Mod 25-0262. This application has been withdrawn from the hearing process. Item A21, PD 25-0270. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A22, PD 25-0274. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A23, PD 25-0 447. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A24, standard rezoning 25-0454. This application is being continued by staff to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. And that concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let me start by going over our procedures for today's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by the zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following today's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction of each agenda item. Next, we'll go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has 15 minutes to make their presentation. Then we'll go back to Development Services, to the staff planner that was assigned the case. They have 5 minutes to present the county's findings. Same is true when we go next to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to present their findings of consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Then we will turn to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total time for everyone combined, 15 minutes. And that is also true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone together, 15 minutes. We'll circle back to the Development Services Department to see if they have any comments or changes based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, the applicant has the last word with 5 minutes for rebuttal. Regarding the time for proponents and opponents, I know we have some people that are signed up to speak. When it comes to that portion of the hearing, I will ask for a show of hands if you plan to speak. We have people that are participating in the room, but we also have people participating online. So I need a show of hands, and I will count how many, and then we will divide that 15 minutes as equally as we can to make it fair so that everyone gets a chance. When you come up to the podium to speak, or if you're online when it's your turn, if you can start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure we have your information correct. If you are in the room and you're done speaking, if you could see Allison, she's at the end of the dais. Raise your hand, Allison. There she is. She's with the clerk's office, and she is keeping a log of who spoke tonight as well. So when you're done, if you could just stop by her and sign in with your name, address, and the case number to which you spoke. Let me turn now to Ms. Dorman with the County Attorney's Office, and she will provide you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Any evidence presented tonight will become part of the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its May 13th, 2025 land use meeting, unless a different date is stated by staff. When considering applications, the board will only review the record and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on April 14th, 2025. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. Finally, applications that have evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board will allow testimony by any party of record at its public meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Testimony by a party of record shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who has been certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. The content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
I do.
Please be seated. All right, then with that, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Zoning Hearing Master Hatley and Ms. Heinrich. We're ready for those cases.
Our first item is item B1, PD 24-1040. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AR to plain development. Tanya Chappella will present this application after the applicant's presentation. And just to advise you, this is a remand that is being sent back due to a notice deficiency. There was no request by the board for any type of additional or specific information. We just needed to provide a correct notice and a full hearing again.
All right, applicant.
Hi, good evening. Ann Pollock with Trenum Law, 200 Central Avenue in St. Pete, representing the applicant and owner Valencia Estate at Stone Lake. We are here tonight on a remand. We had our full ZHM hearing, as you may or may not recall, actually in December of 2024. Full support from all agencies, the Planning Commission and the ZHM. Tonight, we will submit into the record that transcript and that ZHM recommendation of approval. But unfortunately, because the county had an improper legal ad notice, we're back here. In the meantime, the comp plan amendment that was running with this has been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Tonight's hearing, again, we have full support from staff and the Planning Commission. My plan was to give an expedited presentation unless you have any other objection to that.
Well, tonight's hearing is the record of the case. So just present your case as you wish. Thank you.
So this property is at 12410 Thanodisassa Road. It's 39 acres and in the rural service area, also in the Thanodisassa Community Plan area. Surrounding it are many like uses or approved for like uses. To the west is pasture land, but it was recently approved for a 27-unit single-family subdivision. It has Res 1 comp plan and is Zone PD. To the northwest is a 160-unit subdivision, Zone PD, and with AR and AE comp plan, but with using the flex that they used back then. To the south is a mobile home park, a single-family residence, and then to the southeast is a more 1.5 acre unit homes and lots. And then to the east is more rural residential, and to the north is pasture land, and the only area not Res 1. So we are requesting a PD rezoning to allow a single-family conventional subdivision with 30 units, accessory dwellings, accessory structures, backyard chickens, detached garage. As stated before, the comp plan was recently approved to Res 1. We have access to Thonotosassa Road on the south and an emergency-only access stub out to the east. The property to the east is private, so the connection would only happen if they develop. We are going to be making major road improvements to Thonotosassa, including widening and repaving it all the way to McIntosh Road to the east. We feel we are consistent with the comprehensive plan, and this has been confirmed by the Planning Commission in their report. Res 1 category, we meet the intent of the Res 1 category, and it isn't actually found widely around the property or essentially approved via the flex. We have a 39-unit maximum density, but we are proposing 30 units. The Planning Commission did say it meets the intent of the Res 1 category. Comparable densities nearby, which I'll talk about, we will be providing private well and septic tanks. Thonotosassa Community Plan oversees this property. Consistent with that, we will have minimum 1 acre residential lots. And we believe that this development meets the goals, including Goal 3, which is to provide a balance of residential and other uses while maintaining the rural nature of the Thonotosassa area. We feel this contributes to the vision of the Thonotosassa Community Plan, and the Planning Commission has agreed that the proposal meets the plan strategy. We are also consistent with the neighborhood protection policies of the comp plan, continuing transition of intensity along Thonotosassa. We're creating like uses, including large lot, single-family residential. We're mitigating adverse impacts through our access planning, transportation improvements, buffering and screening, and the Planning Commission agrees that this is consistent. We're also consistent with the compatibility and design components of the comprehensive plan. The proposed uses have been deemed by the county to be comparable to the surrounding residential uses. And it's compatible with the surrounding area and would meet the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles, which is what the rural comp plan and the Thonotosassa plan really want to keep. So just going a little more detail into how we are compatible with the surrounding area. If you see to the west immediately in purple, that is the property that was recently approved for a 27 units subdivision. To the northwest is Stone Lake Ranch, which is that 160 unit subdivision that looks like it's mostly AR, but because of the flex that was approved back when you could do that in the rural area, it has a pretty similar density to what we're looking for, generally 1.5 and 2 acre lots. And then if you look deeper into Thonotosassa to our east, you see that we are really very compatible. And if you look at the red and the green, those are all lots that are smaller than 2 acres. And the lots that are red are smaller than 1.5 acres. So all very consistent with what we're proposing on the lot that's shown in pink in the north west corner. This just shows the nearby zoning. Oops. I don't know how to go back, but there we go. The PDs to the west and northwest and to the south, and a lot of AS1 all around us. In line with the transportation conditions, we have a gated access to the south. We did receive approvable status from the county engineer regarding our request to a variance on access spacing along Thonotosassa. We will have emergency-only cross-access to the east and gated with a cul-de-sac as required by code. And again, as I said, we couldn't go into there actually until the neighbor to the east developed. We will be preserving 30 feet of land adjacent to Thonotosassa for the scenic corridor requirements. And we feel that this will have a minimal transportation impact, and that's been shown by having less than 50 p.m. peak hour trips. The level of service standard on Thonotosassa is C, and this will be a B. And we did receive a design exception shown as approvable to widen and repave Thonotosassa Road all the way to McIntosh. It's a little bit narrower and it's not in good condition, and the neighbors have really wanted that, so that they're very happy about that. So in summary, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the Res 1 category, the Thonotosassa Community Plan, the rural area and neighborhood protection policies, among others. compatible with the character of development pattern and zoning in the area. The Planning Commission staff report found the request consistent. The county staff report had a recommendation of approval and no objections from any agencies. The design exception and administrative variance are ready to go. And we had a neighborhood meeting initially at the beginning stages and have since had conversations periodically with the neighbors to address their concerns. And like I said, in December, we did this the first time and we got a recommendation of approval. So thank you very much. I'm here for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have no questions for you. All right, Development Services.
Good evening. Tanya Chapela, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR to PD to allow 30 single-family residential lots, accessory dwellings, accessory structures, backyard chickens, and detached garage uses. Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA 2427, has been approved to change the future land use designation from AR to Res 1. Res 1 allows a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per acre for a total of 39 units. The proposed uses are comparable with the surrounding residential uses, and the proposed layout is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Furthermore, the proposed 0.76 dwelling units per acre density is under the 1 dwelling unit per acre maximum density allowable in the Res 1 comprehensive plan category. Furthermore, the adjacent development to the west was approved for a 0.73 dwelling units per acre, comparable with the proposed 0.76 dwelling units per acre. Staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and in keeping the general development pattern of the area, and recommends approval. This concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. And Planning Commission.
Willow Mickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the Agricultural Rural 1-5 Future Land Use category. The proposed rezoning is running concurrently with HC CPA 2427, which proposes to amend the Future Land Use designation to Residential 1. The associated CPA was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on February 13, 2025. It is in the rural area and is within the limits of the Thenotis Community Plan. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 on neighborhood protection and compatibility with the surrounding area, as the creation of single-family lots is a similar use to the surrounding residential and agricultural uses. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing proposed or planned surrounding development. The scale of development allowed by the Res 1 category in the rural area has a suburban scale character with large lot sizes. The proposed approximately 1 acre minimum lot size for residential would be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposal also meets the community design component of the future land use element, as the surrounding land use pattern is primarily agricultural and low-density rural residential in character. The proposed rezoning would meet the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
All right, thank you. Now, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? This is in support of this application. All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Applicant, anything further? No, thank you. All right, applicant says no. Thank you. This will close the hearing on rezoning PD 24-1040.
Our next application is item B2, PD rezoning 24-1231. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD and RSC 6 to plain development. And Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And this is also a remand application that is coming back to you due to a notice error. There were no specific requests by the board for any findings or specifics.
All right, thank you. Applicant?
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street. If I could just clarify, based on the last presentation, because we're in a similar situation, we were under the impression that the prior record, we were just supplementing the record tonight because the prior hearing.
No, it's my understanding this hearing establishes the record of the case.
Okay.
So you should present your case.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to use the Elmo then. We didn't load the presentation onto the computer.
All right, and anything you put on the Elmo, if you would please submit to the record.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll hand
you.
all this in at the completion.
Okay.
So just the intro slide here, nothing really to go over, but this is PD 24-1231. Just noting the timeline here, this item was brought before you in December of 2024. We had a recommendation from approval, which we will submit to the record here. And then it was remanded due to a notice issue, a regrettable issue, but an error nonetheless. The subject property is approximately 17.74 acres. It's located north of Kirby Street and east of the Hillsborough River. It's in the urban service area and the East Lake Orient Community Plan. So the future land use is R6 and R20. And then the current zoning is RS6 and PD. This was the error. The notice said PD to PD when really it's RSC6 to PD because that additional property there was added in for access purposes. For the surrounding uses, to the north and west is the Hillsborough River. To the south is single-family detached residential, which will be discussed later. And to the east is multifamily apartments and townhomes, so similar type uses. The request here is, the current approval is for 204 multifamily dwelling units apartments at a density of 11.78, and it flexes the Res 20. So that density is achieved through that flex. The proposed project today is for 164 townhomes, a use that we believe is more compatible, and then one existing single-family detached. That's all the way to the east. That is just because of the way the properties are aligned there and the access the emergency access all the way around the east. The density would be reduced to 9.3 dwelling units per acre with no flex requested. And so to summarize those, the existing approval is multifamily, 204 units at 11.8 dwelling units per acre. It has a maximum height of 55 feet. It uses a flex and has a variation to buffer. The proposal is for fee simple townhomes, a reduction to 165 units at 9.3 dwelling units per acre, a reduction in maximum height, no flex, no variations. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent and compatible. And the community plan provides for diversified housing and policies to protect wetlands. And by eliminating the flex approval, that makes it more compatible as well. So just summarizing some of those provisions. For compatibility, development services noted no compatibility issues because the uses are similar enough. But development services did not support the application due to access issues, and their lack of support was limited to those access issues. And so again, we have compatibility here, even though we don't have staff support for the application. The discrepancy that staff noted, or I shouldn't say discrepancy, the place where we differ with staff is that the new development proposes a primary access off of Porpoise Drive, which is to the south, which would remove a single-family detached home and place the access there instead of using the access through a long, narrow access. It's basically used to be a flag lot, right? And so the flagpole there is a very long access that is not wide enough for proper access. It would require variations for its width. And so what's proposed is a 28-foot wide driveway with a gate that's set back well far from Porpoise Drive, 150 feet, with landscape buffers. And we think that this is more compatible because this is an image of what the current approval taking access looks like. And so you only have a 19-foot width, and it's over 1,500 feet in length with no landscape buffer. And so it's a very challenging access to design. Right, and so the buffer and right-of-way would be right up against the fence there, and also the pedestrian access that would have to go there would be very, very narrow and against the drive there.
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
that actual the 1,500-foot driveway is it only 19 feet wide physically, or is that the width of the roadway that would be in there, plus there's some extra area that would be, in other words, how wide is that actual property, that 1,500 foot?
The drive aisle is only 19 feet.
Right, okay.
And because it's only 19 feet, it doesn't allow for your normal typical standard. And you can't have, sorry, I saw you on the screen. I thought
That's
you were
okay.
virtual. Elise Batzel for the record, Stearns Weaver Miller. And so on one side of that roadway, the actual road itself would be right up against the fence with no ability for pedestrians or bicycles or anything else.
And so the entrance that it's proposed here is going to be where that single-family home is currently. That's going to go away, and it's going to have a big, wide access there.
Correct. It'll have much wider access. It'll have appropriate sidewalks. It'll have development standard buffering along the side and be much more visually appealing.
Is that property all the way to the east, is that going to be part of this development at all, or was it just acquired for?
The property all the way to the east?
All the way to the east at the end of that 1,500-foot drive?
So originally, when the last developer was going to develop this property, that was the only access point. Our client met with staff early in the process, and the transportation staff said, hey, we would prefer you to access down on Porpoise, not over on Kirby. And so we went out and acquired pieces of property in order to do that. So that little piece, that single-family home that was part of the development, will not be part of the development this round. But again, that area that's the access drive will be for emergency access only.
Okay, and so that home, is there a home there at
I
the end?
believe there's a home.
And
today.
it'll stay? Okay, okay. And Ms. Batzel, did you state your address for the?
I probably did not,
Okay.
sorry. 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, why don't you just keep going with it? 'Cause-
Sure. Let's see where we are.
Where would David?
We want to talk just a little bit about our professional planner, David Smith. He did prepare a consistency and compatibility report, which we'd like to submit into the record. I think that he did find in his professional opinion that the project is consistent with a comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding areas. Sorry, Kevin's got my slide. There is a letter that was submitted into the record from Steve Beachy that also reiterates that same planning opinion. Our professional transportation engineer is Steve Henry. And if you have transportation questions or questions about how the road is aligned, we'd be happy to report on those to you. Yeah. This is probably one of the most important slides, and I want to talk a little bit about development services objection. Words are really important in this particular scenario. Development services concluded that based upon the above consideration, staff finds the proposed development's access to Porpoise Drive would adversely impact the functional and visual character of the neighborhood and would be incompatible with the development pattern in the area. So, functional character, I believe that this means they're objecting to the trips from the project going on to Porpoise Drive. But of course, we have in your record a transportation analysis that said there's adequate capacity on Porpoise Drive for those trips. The visual character, staff indicates that by removing one single-family lot and replacing it with access to a townhome project, we're adversely affecting the visual character of the entire neighborhood. We strongly disagree. If you look at the actual whole neighborhood, it goes all the way down with about 200 homes in it. And we're talking about one street and one home. Can you, oh, sure. Thanks, Kevin. So I said 200, it's over 900 homes.
There's two slides too.
Yeah. Approximately 550 single-family homes. There's actually over 160 condominiums already in this neighborhood, and just under 200 villas and townhomes. Yeah, this is just a closer-in view. You'll notice that that northern portion of the neighborhood has two connections to 50th Street, Porpoise and Dolphin. So you already have this pattern established from condominiums taking access through the same residential neighborhood. From a big picture perspective, I always kind of like to use the scales, because to me, I look at what are all the things in the staff report that they say are positive and what are negative. Here we have less density. We have a reduced height from what exists today. We are eliminating the inflex entirely. We have a more compatible use, of course, townhomes as opposed to apartments next to single family. We have a more compatible scale, more compatible density, and we avoid a single access, which of course, from a public safety, health, safety, and welfare standpoint, having that extra emergency access is a public benefit. The only thing that staff objected to was that access on Porpoise. Did you talk about community involvement?
I didn't talk about community involvement.
So just really quickly, we did have a community meeting and a survey. Can you go back to that slide? We wanted to talk about transportation and access. We had 12 people that completed a survey at that neighborhood meeting, and 10 of the 12 people preferred the townhomes to access Porpoise Drive as opposed to Kirby. We submitted those surveys into the record.
I'll go back to that picture, yeah.
Yeah, just from a visual perspective, and we'll turn this in for you. So all of the properties in green supported the access on Porpoise Drive. There were two north of the access drive on Kirby that did not support that. Are they down here?
Yeah.
It's hard to see what.
So Porpoise is here.
Yeah. So only 2 out of the 12. So we believe that the applicant has demonstrated by competent substantial evidence that the proposed project is consistent with a comprehensive plan, it's compatible with the surrounding uses, and we have met the procedural requirements of the Land Development Code. Thank you very much. We'll reserve any potential time for rebuttal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Sam Ball with Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 17.74 acres from planned development in RSC 6 to planned development to allow to the development of 180 fee simple attached single-family platted dwellings, and for one single-family dwelling to remain, and to in accordance with RSC 6 standards. The application also includes the removing the approved flex from the Res 20. The property is located approximately half a mile north of Sly Avenue, half a mile west of 56th Street, and is within the East Lake Orient Park community. It is developed for multifamily and single-family detached use with densities varying from 4 to 20 units per acre. The Hillsborough County River runs along the north boundary, and the property abuts the city of Tampa to the west and to the north. The adjoining properties to the east are developed for multifamily use, and the properties to the south are developed for detached single-family use. The maximum density to the south is 6 dwellings per acre. The maximum density to the east is 20. If the proposed application is approved, the total number of allowable units would be decreased from 206 to 181. For an overall density of 10.2 dwellings per acre. The development would be restricted to 180 townhomes and the single-family residences to remain.
Can I stop you just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe I just misheard you.
Oh.
But the proposal is, I think, 165 townhomes. Is that correct?
It's 180 townhomes, and then there would be one single-family home that's to remain.
Okay, I'll have the applicant address that at rebuttal, but, so that's an outstanding question. I think it was 165. But please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. If this development were to use the existing approved access from the current PD, staff finds the proposed townhome use would be compatible with the existing development and zoning pattern in the area. This approved access point is located to the north of the adjacent single-family subdivision and was the subject of previous litigation, which determined it to be sufficient. However, the proposed development would include the replacement of a single-family residence on Porpoise Drive with a non-emergency access point to serve the proposed 180-dwelling townhome development. The private access to Porpoise is proposed in a location not originally contemplated when the subdivision was developed and would replace an existing single-family home of a mid-block location within the subdivision with access road serving the 180-unit development. The proposed access would reroute all the traffic for the project through the existing single-family neighborhood. Staff finds this proposed development configuration would have an adverse impact on the neighborhood by significantly changing the character of this established single-family neighborhood that was developed in 1970. This configuration would significantly alter the visual continuity of the long-established single-family neighborhood by converting an existing platted residential lot and home with other existing homes on both sides into an access drive for the proposed development. Based on these considerations, staff finds the proposed development's access on Porpoise Drive would adversely impact the functional and visual character of the neighborhood and would be incompatible with the development pattern, and finds the application insupportable. That concludes my presentation. For any questions?
That's fine. No questions for you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Willowmickey Planning Commission staff. The site is located in the Residential 6 and Residential 20 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and is within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The subject site is currently vacant and is adjacent to existing multifamily on the east and west sides. The surrounding uses are primarily single-family residential to the south, north, and west. A high-density multifamily residential use will provide for an urban-level intensity of housing types in an area that already has some multifamily development. The proposed rezoning provides an opportunity for infill residential development that is well-placed within the county. The proposal is consistent with Objective 16 and its associated policies, as the proposed use of townhomes is similar and complementary to the surrounding single-family and multifamily uses. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
All right, thank you very much. Development Services, anything further? I'm sorry, I skipped a very important part of the procedure. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I see two people. If you would please come forward and, yes, please come forward to the microphone. First, state your name and address. Speak into the microphone so you can be heard. And let me just make sure there are only two so we can divide the time correctly. Is there anyone else, just two speakers? Is there anyone online? Okay. All right. So you have 15 minutes between the two of you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, if I go first? My name is Watts Humphrey. I'm a resident and owner on Porpoise Drive. And there's been some new information that I've heard in the presentation.
I need your address as well, please.
4306 Porpoise Drive. I was going to come and give it to you afterwards, but okay. And the first piece of information was, I guess, on the presentation, they'd crossed out 180 and put in 165 in terms of the number of new units. The current record available on the county website has 180 units. So it appears as if the application currently under consideration is for 180 units, regardless of what they've crossed out on the piece of paper. My issue is with the access. The other piece of new information was I didn't realize there'd been a discussion of using Kirby as the existing Kirby Street as access for the property. And it sounded as if I'd assumed that was not possible because you can't establish a 50-foot right-of-way. But from the conversation, it sounded as if the county was entertaining allowing them to use Kirby. And if that's the case, I would strongly urge the development be pushed in that direction. And the reason is because where I don't have an issue with the use, I do have an issue with the traffic increased on Porpoise Drive. Porpoise Drive currently has a total of under 70 residences that have road access on Porpoise Drive. And Porpoise Drive runs about 0.6 of a mile from, I think it's 50th Street all the way down to Dolphin. Currently, the biggest problem on Porpoise Drive for traffic is the property they refer to as a multi-unit, multifamily dwelling to the west is actually on the river. And that is, I believe, nominally a condominium, but a large percentage of the properties in there are rented. So we get transient renters that come streaming down Porpoise Drive at 40, 45 miles an hour. It's quite dangerous. The other, Dolphin now has speed bumps, I think because of that specific problem. So I was otherwise, before I heard of this proposal, going to come to somebody in the county and say, let's put speed bumps on Porpoise Drive to slow these people down. What they're proposing, at least in the record, is currently you've got fewer than 70 houses with motor access on Porpoise Drive. They're going to increase the number of residences that have to use Porpoise Drive for road access from 70 to 250. And they're funneling the additional 180 residential accesses through a small choke point somewhere in the middle of Porpoise Drive. Currently, the under 70 residences that are accessed by Porpoise Drive, it's 0.6 of a mile long. You can access it from the east and the south from multiple directions. There's 8 cross streets that hit Porpoise Drive. So currently, you've got people coming from multiple different directions to the various sections of Porpoise. What they're proposing is going to basically funnel in addition to the currently 70 that are spread around the way they access Porpoise Drive, they're going to funnel it to a single choke point. So I object to that quite strenuously. And the reason I purchased the property there 2 years ago is because, and it's a unique area because of the river. So there's no through streets, it's quiet, there's not a lot of traffic except for the transients at the rentals. And I think having this kind of traffic on Porpoise Drive is going to increase the disruption, the noise, and the danger on the street itself substantially, and will have a severe negative impact on the property values. So I object in the strongest terms to this. If it's possible, I mean, if you're looking for, the issue of compatible land use is entirely separate. I think what would make most sense from compatibility, and in terms of supporting a proposal for that property that was to be accessed via this route on Porpoise Drive, the only thing I would support would be basically single-family homes with 2 units or less per acre for a maximum of 35 total units. And even that is going to add substantially to the traffic load on Porpoise Drive through a choke point. What would make the most sense from a development point of view, I understand from a business point of view, it may be difficult if not impossible to do, is to come to an arrangement with the adjacent multifamily property to the east, which is a condominium, and they have a relatively short drive access from the end of Puritan, and there is a direct, and so it's maybe a few hundred feet from their gate to the edge of the property. So to me, I mean, obviously they'd have to negotiate with multiple owners to get that done. So I would encourage you all to either force them to revisit use of Kirby, if that's legally allowable, or to not allow such a large increase in the number of units to be using us and overloading Porpoise Drive.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can you press sign in, please?
Of course.
Hello, my name is Patrick Kilker, and I live at 7025 Doreen Street. I'm against this development because of the development of the emergency road, which meets no county code whatsoever and was only approved via lawsuit. This property has been coming before this zoning hearing since Jim Norman was the county commissioner. So that's how long this property has been, they're trying to develop this property. But I'm totally against that emergency road, and my solution is don't develop it if it's only going to be used in the case of an emergency. What constitutes an emergency? Who's going to have the access? Who's going to open this gate and close this gate? Who's going to let them, who's going to decide what's an emergency and when to use this road? My guess is if they build this road, it's going to be used and it's going to be part of the standard access to this property all the time. So then if that's the case, you're going to have people on Porpoise Avenue having having a bunch of traffic going in front of their houses, and they're also going to have traffic going behind their houses. So I suggest to the county, the emergency access road, 1,500 feet of just impossible to navigate for emergency vehicles and things like that. Just don't develop it if they're only going to use it in the case of emergencies, because who's going to open the gate? Who's going to close the gate? You know it's going to be used all the time. So I'm against this development just because of the development of the emergency road. Also, it's incompatible with the neighborhood. It really, has no compatibility. All the previous examples of compatibility were approved during the 80s by that county commission, so you know what happened back then. And that's pretty much all I have to say on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am, only that I checked the record, and we also have the same number of proposed units, the 181, so the applicant can speak to that during their rebuttal.
Okay. I might ask Development Services, did transportation have any objections or comments about the access situation?
Transportation did provide comments to the review, and they're available online for any questions that you have of them. The transportation reviewer is Richard Perez.
All right. Mr. Perez, if you're online, would you please speak to the transportation review staff's comments? I recall I heard this case before, but I did not review the Transportation Division's comments again for today. So if you would just please speak to that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. This is Richard Perez for the record. Transportation Review Section did review this PD for access to Porpoise Drive as proposed by the application. We did find this supportable with conditions of approval. We evaluate the design construction standards to protect public health and safety, welfare, and maintain smooth and efficient traffic. The roadway is accessing a local road. The emergency access that I heard referred to would access 50th Street. That would be a gated emergency access, and access would only be able to be provided by county emergency agencies in the event of an emergency.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I needed from the Transportation Division. One more question for Development Services, though. Does it show 180 units on the, I guess, the most recent site plan that was submitted?
181, including the existing single-family home.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then we'll hear from the applicant. And Ms. Batzel, I know you're going to address how many units and when that information was submitted in the record. Also, if you would, again, please, especially for the public speakers, describe the current approval, what could go forward as currently approved, the zoning.
Yes, of course. I was going to draw my attention to that. So what is currently approved today under the current zoning is 204 multifamily dwellings. Those would be 204 apartments. That's a density of 11.78 units per acre. There is a flex of the Res 20 that was also approved as part of that application. And that project, the only access point for that project was Kirby Road. So to the second speaker's point, and for his benefit, every single one of those trips under the existing approval would go out Kirby Road onto 50th Street today as approved. We're eliminating that as the primary access and putting that access on Porpoise Drive. We are building the proposal has been since the original hearing, 164 townhomes and 1 single-family home for a total density of 165 units. That's a density of 9.3 dwelling units per acre.
And when was that information, I guess, submitted to the record? Was there a change?
There was a change at the original hearing that was submitted to staff. I don't think their staff report got updated. But there were discussions with staff prior even to that first hearing, and they asked that we, bring that up.
Okay. And that is in the conditions of approval?
It is in the conditions of approval, yes.
All right, thank you.
I just asked Steve Henry to come up and address some of the transportation comments from the first speaker.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. So a couple of the comments. One was the Kirby Street access. When we originally worked with the county staff on this, we looked at both Kirby Street and then also Porpoise. But it was the county staff's position that Porpoise was the more appropriate location given the size of Porpoise as opposed to Kirby, which is significantly substandard. So the idea was to be able to access a local road, a residential road with a residential development as opposed to Kirby Street, which is substandard. In addition to that, we did look at the capacity and the impact on Porpoise, and with this project, it would still have plenty of capacity and be well below the capacity of that roadway.
So just to clarify then, with this approval, putting this additional traffic, these 165 units potentially on Porpoise, that road, Porpoise, would still function at the level of service?
Correct. It would still function as a local road. There are certain criteria in the code as far as the level of volume for a local road versus a collector.
Okay.
And this would have about, even with us, would be about 34% of the capacity it would need for a collector road. So it's well below the capacity of it from that standpoint.
I see. So it wouldn't change the classification of the roadway, and is it your opinion then there is, I guess, adequate capacity on that roadway?
Correct. Correct. It would not change the characteristic to the road. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate what was said at the first hearing, Shada from Transportation Department did provide an email, which is part of the record, that says that transportation staff prefers Porpoise Drive over Kirby. In fact, because this is going to be a townhome development, if we did not have access on Porpoise Drive, there would be issues with the existing, with staff supporting access to Kirby Drive, because it would not be one commercial plot. It would be platted townhomes, which raises a whole other slew of issues. Do you have any further questions?
No, I think you've addressed everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
All right. So this will close the hearing on rezoning PD 24-1231.
Mr. Henry?
All right, I'll take back over the reins here, and Ms. Heinrich, we're ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item C1, standard rezoning 25-0123. The applicant is requesting rezoning from property zone AR to RC9 with restrictions. Logan McCaig with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Hello.
for you.
Yeah.
I got it. Well, I got you.
You guys, your name and address for the record, please.
Hamza Boludan, 1145 35th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
You're welcome. I'm here today to discuss the proposed rezoning of the property located at 408 North Taylor Road, Safener, which is located south of Hillsborough Avenue between North Taylor Road and Pine Street. So the lot on the northeast side is roughly about a little over 38,000 square feet. The adjacent lot to it is a little over 5 acres, bringing the total areas to 6.46 acres. Currently, the property is a home to a vacant single family that's approximately about 2,900 square feet, along with a detached garage, a barn structure, and then there's a large asphalt driveway covering roughly about 10,000 square feet of an area. The surrounding area consists primarily of residential properties with mostly ranch-style homes and small to mid-sized subdivisions. Currently, the property is zoned agriculture, residential, which allows for a density of 1 unit per 5 acres. Under this zoning, the property will allow us for a maximum of just one unit. So we are proposing to rezone the property to RCS 9, which allows a density of 3.4 units per acre. So that will potentially brings it up to 22 units total. To support this rezoning, we're proposing the following development standards. We're putting a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet with a minimum lot width of 50 feet. The setback buffering and screening, we're putting 50-foot front setback, 5-foot side setbacks, and then 20-foot rear setback. It is also important to note that the proposed subdivision is located outside of the flood zone and will be designed to blend in with the surrounding neighborhood. I think I had a picture of the surrounding. Yeah, this is some of the surrounding subdivision, the Vineyard Reserve, which is, I think, just about a mile away from the property. And here it shows all the PD rezoning and pretty much already developed around the property. We believe this rezoning represents a great opportunity for the community growth, offering a chance for families to settle and grow in an excellent neighborhood. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the proposal and found it to be consistent with the local planning standards. We are pretty much now seeking support from both the committee members and the public. And we're here to answer any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Will do.
Development Services.
Trying to get this out. Sorry. Here we go. Got it. I don't know why it's still on the screen, no?
Good evening.
Good evening. Luke McCaig, Development Services, rezoning 250123. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from property from AR to RSC 9 with restrictions of developing no more than 22 single-family homes on the property. The site is located about 1,000 feet south of West US 92 along North Taylor Road. It is surrounded by a mix of agricultural and residential uses. While immediately abutting this site to the east, south, and west are agricultural zone properties. Within a mile of the site exist several other residential neighborhood developments with comparable development standards. The property totaling 6.46 acres is within an area of single-family zoning at density varying between 1 unit per 5 acres and 4 units per acre. The general area has been developed under the RSC 9 or comparable development standards while maintaining a 4 unit per acre density. As seen in the immediate northern parcel, RSC 9 under rezoning 060913, southwest of the subject site under PD 180544, and east of the subject site under RSC 9 18033, RSC 9 150515, and PD 00-0735. Staff recommends approval of the subject to the proposed restrictions that there should be limited to the 22 single-family homes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Willowmickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 4 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The proposal meets the compatibility requirements of Policy 1.4, as the character of the area contains a wide variety of uses. The subject currently has residential land use. Additional residential uses exist north, west, east, and south of the subject site. The proposed 22 single-family homes is consistent with Objective 8, as the density is consistent with the residential 4 category. It also meets the intent of Objective 16, as the proposed rezoning would reflect a development pattern that is consistent with the character pattern of the surrounding area, which is comprised of several residential units. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition that would like to speak? How many do we have? I see 2 hands. Let me just double check there's no one online. I don't think so. Okay, so we'll do, you both want to come forward. We'll do 7.5 minutes apiece. Make it fair. You can give us your name and address, please.
Steve Jakes. Address is 403 North Taylor Road. I apologize for my voice. I'm quite ill.
No problem.
All right. I have lived in that house across from 408 for my entire life. My parents moved there in 37, built the place up. They grew as the family grew, and we watched that area basically grow. What really concerns me is the cherry picking of the views that you can see that were brought in. And I don't have the photos to show you, but if you look at Google Maps, you can pretty much see it. Everything north and to the east of my home is starting to be very almost urbanized, okay? But if you take that camera and you move it further south, you're gonna see every house, just about, with one house on an acre plus. This does not, and the developments that are there do not match the character of the rest of the street. I mean, y'all are concerned about the way the character is supposed to look. Please, really, really look at that area. There's very, very little real Florida left, you know? I live in a swamp and I love it, all right? People should, I don't know, should build areas that are like, within the site and the scope of like areas. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm sorry, I'm not much of a public speaker.
That's all right. You're doing fine.
But anyway, bottom line, we just can't handle it. Also, Taylor is a very narrow road. We have old fences that would be impossible to move. I'm not sure that the easement could even expand enough, if I'm using the term right. Again, I don't know. But I don't know if we can expand enough area to have enough roadway to accommodate a turning lane or something like that. You know, I live on a motorcycle, for crying out loud. It's already getting more dangerous with the 2 new developments that have gone up. Add another 22 homes right across the street from me, I'm probably going to get killed. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents. Very, very much against it. Very much against it. I wouldn't mind 3, 4 houses over there for, you know, like neighbors. But 22? Sardines, anyone? You know what I mean?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Jessica Roberts. I live at 508 North Taylor Road. Actually, I want to start it off with one of the slides that they actually put up. You could actually see there was a tiny itty itty bitty little rectangle right there from where they plan on building. And then there was another one right there, that tiny little rectangle, that is actually my home. So I would be smack dab in between two developments. Those were not there. What they want to build, and then that other development just got built within the last 2.5 years. That was not there a few years ago. So to actually back on, I apologize if I am repeating some of the things that Steve just said. I mean, we're talking about traffic. Taylor Road is extremely, extremely skinny. I mean, as of right now, we're talking, sorry, I'm gonna look down at my phone so I don't miss anything. It's a skinny 2-lane road. We do not have traffic lights at either lane. We're talking about 92 and MLK. We don't even have the traffic control for the traffic that we have, that we've gained from that new development. Now, again, you're talking about adding 22 potential new homes. How are we going to continue this traffic? As of right now, we have a stop sign that's at 92, and then we have a 4-way stop right there at Hillsborough and Taylor, and then at the end where MLK is, it's just a stop sign. How are we going to basically handle additional 22 homes of traffic? As of right now, we have, how are you gonna be able to accommodate that? We already have Amazon traffic. There's a big Amazon right there. Basically, Amazon utilizes our road to get from 92 over to MLK. That's another concern. With the traffic hazards, this may not be a concern to you, but as neighbors, I've talked to other people on our street. Our mailboxes, our garbage cans are constantly being hit because of the additional traffic. No one pays attention. We are a 40-mile-an-hour traffic zone. That's absolutely insane as it is being a, quote, neighborhood that we are being called. That's already extremely high. No one follows this, so that's a concern. We have no sidewalks. We have kids of all ages, elementary to high school. We even have daycares in our area. We are surrounded by all these different schools. These kids, elementary to high school, they walk down our streets. Again, no sidewalks. Again, you're talking about allowing another 22 homes to be built. We have no sidewalks. Where are these people going to walk? Even adults who want to be able to walk their animals or just take a walk down the street to walk to their homes or walk down to the gas station, again, safety hazard. 22 homes that are being built. I didn't really hear it in their plan. If I missed it, I apologize, but drainage. If you have 22 homes being built approximately on 6 acres, where's the drainage or runoff gonna go? We already had big Hurricane Milton that came in. Flooding already happened actually on that property. Again, I live right there. I watched the flooding happen on this property. Right behind them, right on Pine Street, it flooded a bunch of those homes. So if you're gonna add 22 homes in there, your elevation is going to change. Where's that runoff gonna go? Let's go on to housing market. We're already seeing that the housing market is at a stall. Interest rates are at the highest they've been in 20 years. If the market is saturated with inventory, what's going to happen if this gets rezoned? You begin construction, you start building 22 homes. Say you get 3 built. And then what happens? Are we going to see a market crash? And then we don't want to sit there. Like I said, I'm that tiny little rectangle. I'm sure probably Steve would agree with me, other neighbors would agree. We don't want to live next to a construction zone. I don't think any of us would. So again, appreciate the time, but these are the concerns that I personally have, especially being, again, that tiny little rectangle sitting here thinking about none of these homes were there when I moved in, and I'm with Steve. They're sitting here talking about we're gonna meet the aesthetics of the neighborhood. No, you're not. All of us live on more acres than they're gonna give these each individual homes. You are looking at about an acre per home. They aren't gonna supply an acre per home within this development. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
For coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. I want to make sure we've got everyone. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one. Development services. Development services. Any other comments from you? And probably would like to talk to the transportation section.
No other comments from zoning, but transportation staff is available for any questions.
Okay. Is that Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
Ms. Rose, you heard the concerns expressed by the neighbors regarding access and the road condition. Can you provide me any additional information as to the position that the transportation section has taken regarding no objection to this request?
Yes, of course. Again, good evening all. I am the transportation member of staff that reviewed this matter. Transportation has identified North Taylor Road as substandard. However, as this matter is what we refer to as a standard rezoning, specific such concerning roadway improvements or possible required sidewalks will be identified and studied at the time of site construction and not concurrent with this zoning. Staff has identified possible spacing concerns, which is addressed in both transportation staff's report as well as the restriction that the applicant has agreed to, limiting the number of access points to North Taylor Road to a single point of access between the two parcels, which will be constructed and designed as a shared access facility. So that will be limited to one access to address that concern. But as previously stated, all roadway improvements and sidewalks that might be required will be identified and studied at the time of site construction.
So just to be clear for the neighbors, if this were to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners, they will be required to, the developer would be required to submit detailed site plans for review, and transportation as well as other agencies, including drainage, they would have to comply with the county's requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. And Ms. Heinrich, just for the record, drainage is included in that detailed review?
Correct. That is reviewed at the time of plating. At this stage, we're looking at the use.
Understood. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal, if you'd like it.
Is there any way I can use that? Sorry.
It's okay.
So let's see here. So regarding the drainage, we did complete like a conceptual site plan, and we are showing 2 retention ponds, one on the north and one on the south, that will pretty much retain all of the runoff and stormwater. And regarding the sidewalk, we also are showing sidewalk. It's kind of hard to see on this image here, but sidewalk will be along the property line here, running north to south. And as far as the traffic impact, we believe 22 units would have such a huge traffic impact on the road, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank
so
you.
with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0123 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C2, standard rezoning 25-0335. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RDC12 to CG. And Michelle Montalbano would present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This is a standard 250335, rezoning from RDC 12 to CG, 0.46 acres in the Sefner Mango area, as indicated on the location map. Located on MLK Boulevard, east of I-75. Site is located here per the property appraiser. And around the immediate vicinity, you'll see there's a strip center smoke shop on the other side of the roadway. Our CG is abutting us on the east. Cross street is a car wash. One is an automatic car wash, one is a hand car wash, and then a line of restaurants, Amscott and other restaurants along MLK. This would be the strip center gas station, which is located across the street. My understanding is the gas station is no longer there. It acts as a smoke shop of some sort. Across the street is the car wash. This is the hand car wash on the other side of MLK. Next door to the site is an almost vacant property. It has one small structure on it. Property appraiser has it at 408 square feet. We don't see a lot of activity there. But MLK, which the site is located on, is a major arterial 6-lane divided roadway, carries anywhere from 32 to 38,000 vehicles per day directly across MLK at the site. It's also a state principal arterial roadway and is also indicated on the Hillsborough County Commissioner's Truck Route Plan. One of the comp plans that we think that applies to itself is that policy 2.1.6 to offer incentives for higher land use densities and intensities along transit emphasis local service corridors. Under the future land use map, it is R9, which includes urban commercial offices, mixed-use development. And looking at the zoning map, as the zoning staff indicates, the roadway is turning into a more intensive roadway. As you see, there's CGs and CNs along this area. When you pull back, you see again, there's very intensive CG and CN and PDs, which account for a majority of the roadway uses. Now, Development Services makes some really important determinations here and directions. They note the majority of the other properties along MLK to the east of the subject site are Zone PD and commercial uses, or CG or CN. It consists of shopping centers, car wash facilities, convenience stores. They also note overall that East MLK is transitioning into a commercial corridor, which is what we feel as well, as you can see from the mapping. They also note that across from the site is a single-family residential subdivision zoned RC6, but the homes face interior to the subdivision away from East MLK and the zoning site. The properties to the south and west are divided by local roads owned by the nearby church, which is the Bay Area Church of Christ. When you look at the Sefner Mango Community Plan, there are some very strong directives. One of the goals is that commercial development should be directed to US 19 and MLK. One of the strategies is to recognize the commercial character of MLK and US 92 and support infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area while providing compatibility with existing uses. So with that, there were 19 persons who were noticed and 3 HOAs. When I looked at the record just a few minutes ago, there was one letter that in Spanish was asking for more information, so we haven't heard or seen from anyone with any opposition. Happy to answer the questions you might have.
Just, I understand this is a Euclidean request, but do you have an identified use of the property?
Not a specific identified use, no.
All right, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Michelle Maltzmala, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RDC 12 to CG. The site is a 0.46 acre property in the Sefner Mango area, fronting along MLK Boulevard, a 6-lane principal arterial, and 2 local roads, Thomas Street and Orange Street. MLK Boulevard is transitioning into a commercial corridor. The majority of the other properties along East MLK Junior Boulevard between Lakewood Drive to the west and East Broadway Street to the east of the subject property are zoned PD for commercial uses, CN or CG, and consist of shopping centers, car wash facilities, and convenience stores with gas pumps. Due to these considerations, staff finds the proposed CG district compatible with the existing development pattern and zoning districts in the area. If you have any questions, let me know.
No questions. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 9 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The proposal does not meet the intent of future land use section objective 4.4 and policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mixed uses: public, quasi-public institution, light commercial, vacant, single-family, and multifamily uses are in the immediate area. The proposed rezoning does not align with the character of the surrounding area and presents compatibility concerns given the nature of the area. According to Future Land Use Section Policy 4.7.4, when planning the location of new non-residential developments at intersections meeting locational criteria, a transition in intensity of non-residential uses shall be established which is compatible with the surrounding character. The transition to commercial general would cause development that is not compatible with the surrounding area and would be inconsistent with the aforementioned policy direction. The subject site also does not meet commercial locational criteria as established in Future Land Use Section Objective 4.7. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, thank you. And because the Planning Commission is recommending, it found it to be inconsistent, I just have a couple of quick questions based on the report that was filed. First, what is the qualifying intersection for locational criteria? Where was that measured from? I see in the report, it says the site doesn't meet it by 60 feet. What actually is the qualifying intersection?
In just one moment, I'll look it up.
No
and let
problem.
you know. I believe that the intersection is Lakewood Drive and 574.
Lakewood Drive. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then my last question to you is, you heard there's a statement in the summary of the finding of inconsistency from the Planning Commission that says overall staff finds that the proposed use is not an allowable use in the Res 9 category. And you heard my question to Mr. Pressman that this is a Euclidean district and they're not asking for a specific use. Do you think that's an error, or do you think that the report was based on some particular use?
I think that it is based on just commercial general uses in general.
All of the uses?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, next we'll go to proponents. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this application? All right, seeing none. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right, one person, if you can come forward. While he's coming forward, is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition, either in the room or online? All right.
Sorry to interrupt, but that was actually a report error.
Oh.
I got confirmation that it
Okay,
is
so
actually a report
that
error.
sentence is an error. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. All right, so how many people total do we have to speak? Two? Two. Where is the other person? If you could come forward, please. I appreciate it. Sir, if you'd like to start, we have 15 minutes total. With two of you, that would be 7.5 minutes apiece. Allison, if you could give me 7.5 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your name and address.
Yes. My name is David Vaughn. I live at 4015 West Tacon Street, 33629. I'm here, though, as a member of the adjacent church. And our concerns are really centered around the fact that we don't know what is going to go there. As we look at the pretty steady erosion of that corridor into commercial, we see on the other side of Hewitt, there's other commercial with similar owners. And on that site, close to a school, you've got a smoke shop. You've got things that don't appear to be appropriate adjacent to a church. The property that we own across the streets to the south and the west, we use at times for exterior activities that involve children as well as adults. And we would have a lot more comfort if we knew what was going to go there. Certainly something, there are things in commercial general that would be acceptable, but it's a pretty small lot. It's less than half an acre. And so I understand at one point Burger King looked at going on that corner, which I don't think we would have an objection to. They wound up going down to Lakewood on a much bigger piece of property. So if there were some sort of assurances that we weren't going to see a smoke shop, a vape shop, things that are really inappropriate, not only adjacent to us, but there's a school on the other side of the street as well. They might be just outside the 500 feet limit, but it's still, it's close and not appropriate. And so with that, I would, absent any statement or assurances by the owner that we would get something that would be a good neighbor to us, we would oppose this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir, for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
My name is Grace McComas. I live at 805 Old Darby Street, and again, I am opposed to rezoning a half an acre property to a higher intensity than is conceivable on that piece of property. And like this gentleman, if it was a Chick-fil-A, I'd vote for it. But I think we should know what before you just give a higher density to a property and not have any idea what's going to go in there isn't fair to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. All right, seeing no one else? Oh, one more? Okay. We have time. Is this the last person? No one else wants to speak in opposition? Just to check. Okay, go ahead and give us your name and address.
Wasn't sworn in, ma'am.
All right. If there's anyone in the audience that prepared to speak on this case or any case on the rest of the agenda and you have not been sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Miles, 412 Vinekeeper Court. I do attend this church, and I just wanted to also please implore if there is any way to try to get some type of information, because they do a lot of functions outside that are church related, and with the schools nearby. The one area where the smoke shop is at, sometimes they have like circuses or just small little venues, and we just want to keep it safe for the kids and the families. So that was all I wanted to say, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. All right, we'll go back to Development Services. Anything else you want to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I would just say that the zoning or development services department makes some very good insights and some good points. I have been told by the applicant, and I think it just needs to be on the record, just to state the fact, the applicant has made me aware, I'm not personally aware, that the church also tried or attempted to purchase the property, was unsuccessful. So I don't know what transpired with that, but I think it's important, at least part of the mix, is that the one gentleman spoke, as I understood, on behalf of the church, was that they had a desire for the property as well, but that was unsuccessful. And as well, I think it's important to note that the 60 feet short of the commercial location criteria is a very small amount. And when you look at the balance of the information of the corridor, the changes on the corridor, the immediate zoning in the area, that we feel that it outweighs and supports the request before you. So with that, we appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you.
So much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0335 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C3, standard rezoning 25-0372. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC 6 with restrictions to RSC 6 with restrictions, also in the show business overlays, which is abbreviated as SBO on your agenda. And Michelle Montalbano will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Tu Mai. Office address is 14031 North Delmaybe Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant. The subject site is 28.72 acres and is located on the southeast corner of Nundy Avenue and Roosevelt Street intersection in Gibsonton. The subject site is currently zoned RSC 6 restricted with the future land use designation of Res 6. The applicant is requesting to add the show business overlay to the property's existing RSC 6 zoning district to accommodate the special show business activities and allow for the open storage of show business sets, signs, equipment, and vehicles. The subject site is in the urban service area within the Gibsonton community plan. The site is in the coastal high hazard area adopted by the Planning Commission on December 1st, 2021, which limits the single-family development to 10 lots and is not suitable for the group living facilities. We received no objections from the review agencies or surrounding neighbors. We concur with staff's finding, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Maltzman, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to add the show business overlay to the property's existing RSC 6 zoning designation. The show business overlay will allow the repair, construction, and open storage of show business sets, signs, equipment, and vehicles. The rezoning will carry over the existing rezoning restriction, which limits single-family development in the coastal high-hazard area to 10 lots unless within a planned development district. The applicant has also agreed to prohibit the show business group housing use, otherwise permitted by the overlay. The approximate 28.72-acre property is located in the Gibsonton area. The property is eligible to request a rezoning to the show business overlay due to the concentration of properties in the area permitting show business uses, either by an existing RSP zoning designation or by the show business overlay. The property is contiguous to the side and or rear yard of two parcels to the north, zoned ASC1 with the show business overlay, or RSB, which appear to currently be used for show business-related open storage and repair. Therefore, adding the show business overlay to the subject parcel would be a continuation of the existing zoning pattern. Staff finds the rezoning request approvable. I'm available if you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Residential 6 Future Land Use category, is in the urban service area, and within the limits of the Gibsonton and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The site currently does not have any developments and has agricultural uses. There are single-family residential uses to the east, north, and west of the site. There's also a mobile home park existing to use to the east and some light industrial uses to the north and west. The proposal for a rezoning from RSC 6 to RSC 6 with show business overlay meets the intent of Objective 1.1. The proposal meets Policy 4.3.7 as the subject site is in the coastal high hazard area and therefore limited to a maximum of 10 lots. It also meets the intent of Objective 4.4 with compatibility to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed request will complement the area as well as the surrounding neighborhoods to the east, north, and west. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan subject to restrictions proposed by Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one? All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Mai, anything? Okay. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0372 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C4, standard rezoning 25-0392. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from BPO to RMC9. Logan McCaig with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. This is RZ Standard 250392, 1.02 acres in Greater Palm River, rezoning from RMC9 to BPO, to RMC9. We're located on William Street, which is south of State Road 60, on Maydell Drive. As the property appraiser has it, it's a vacant parcel currently. And it is surrounded primarily by RDC 12. There is some BPO in the front and CN to the south. The entire area is R9. I will tell you, hearing officer, that Zoning Department, Planning Commission both recommend support. The site is located here on Maydell Drive. Across the street is multifamily, and south of Budding, this is misnamed. This is the north of Budding, and this is the south of Budding, which is a small private school. To the rear is a duplex and multifamily, as you can see here. Transportation Department shows a reduction of annual trips of 576 daily trips, and AM peak reduction of 18 and 58 PM trips negative as well. So with what we find is multifamily immediate area, We did notice about 21 persons and no HOAs. I didn't see anything record of anyone in opposition. With the results of staff review, we feel that we're very compatible and ask your consideration and support.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Development Services.
Evening. Logan McCaig, Development Services, rezoning 250392. Applicant is requesting to rezone the property from RMC9 to RMC9 from BPO. The site exists approximately 1,600 feet south of the Palm River, approximately 300 feet north of Palm River Road, along Maydell Drive. The immediate area consists of a mix of light commercial, office, and duplex zoning in the form of RDC 12. Much of the residential duplex zoning is utilized in a single-family fashion. Further from the site exists both ASC 1 and RSC 6 single-family zoning. While the site exists in an area containing lower density commercial and lower density residential than permitted by the zone, contains lower intensity commercial and residential than permitted by the zoning, higher density is already permitted. The proposed RMC9 permits a lower density than permitted around the site, which is zoned RDC 12, allowing a density suitable for the surrounding area. The RMC9 will allow multifamily, 3 or more attached units, rather than two-family housing of the RDC 12. Both RDC 12 and RMC9 have the same setbacks, have the same maximum building height restrictions. Additionally, the project will be required to comply with the RMC9 setbacks. Finally, the proposed rezoning is in line with the R9 FLU for the area, providing ideal transition between the existing uses and the FLU. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you so much. No questions. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 9 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the existing residential character and density of the area. The proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies in the future land use section under Objective 4.4 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The Greater Palm River Community Plan seeks to ensure a sense of place. Neighborhood nodes shall be developed with uses that do not exceed neighborhood commercial scale locational criteria applications. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of this policy direction. The proposal is consistent with the future land use section Objective 3.2, Policy 3.2.4, and the livable communities element. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? How many? 2? All right. Anybody online? Not seeing anyone. Okay. Sir, if you want to come forward. With 2 15 minutes, that's Allison, if you give them 7.5 minutes apiece. And give us your name and address, please.
My name is David Moore, and I live at 601 Winham Street, which is directly behind the proposed development. I do not live in a duplex. I live in a single-family home on 3/4 of an acre. So that's an erroneous, a false statement that Mr. Pressman made. Okay, I'm going to start off with talking about the Palm River Community Economic Development Plan. This was put together by our Community Development Corporation and the Planning Commission about the year 2000. We're going to show a video. We got a video going of flooding in our neighborhood. Specifically in this plan, I want to talk about the plan takes an extensive look at flooding. The second land use issue relates to the prevalence and general compatibility of dense future and use residential 9 and 6 categories. The area has traditionally developed at a much lower density. Consequently, 9 to 6 units per acre would not be compatible with the existing residential densities. There's also concern expressed about the ability of local governments to provide the infrastructure needed to support 9 or 6 units per acre. I'd like to state that we had flooding during Helene, extensive flooding in our neighborhood. This is after a storm, tremendous amounts of water, tremendous amounts of moving water. And the next, we have a slideshow of flooding in the neighborhoods. So in the interest of brevity, I think we have 48 photos. Do we need to show all 48
You
photos?
can show whatever you'd like, but you do have a maximum of 15 minutes. If you submit them into the record, I see them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the clarification. I'll err on the side of brevity and move on.
We appreciate it.
The greater Palm River Community Plan. Number one concern of the community is infrastructure. How interesting that the Planning Commission didn't mention the number one issue of the community. Infrastructure and utilities. We have very little of either in Palm River. Development, this is infrastructure and utilities. Development built with a higher elevation than surrounding development will be reviewed for impact on surrounding development. That is in the comprehensive plan, in our community plan. Improve drainage standards to enhance aesthetics and ensure adequate drainage prior to on-site development. So we're trying to protect homes from being flooded. Our neighborhood does not have the infrastructure or drainage for this project. The proposed development does not have compatible densities and intensities with our neighborhood. The property abutting to the east of the proposed development, 2 homes are 3/4 of an acre. 1 home on each 3/4 of an acre. The other is 1/2 an acre with 1 home. I would also like to, the next, Gregory Robinson. I spoke with Gregory Robinson. He's a stormwater engineering services, engineering associate. I was trying to get to the bottom of trying to understand how our drainage system works. Can you pop the email from him? Okay. We were talking about the Corps of Army Engineers map that he had, showing where all the drainage pipes were supposed to be. And there's one missing. So what we have in reality and what we have on paper with the Corps of Army Engineers are 2 different things. Could be a reason why our drainage system doesn't work. The Palm River was dredged about 60 years ago. And according to an elder in my community, the drainage system never worked after that. So I'm having a hard time getting to the bottom. I couldn't get anywhere with the Corps of Army Engineers. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the property as it is swampy and boggy. Go with the Miller. My next item that I'd like to introduce is, what do we have on here? Oh, this is the proposed development. Notice all the trees on the property? The trees were clear cut, which leads me to, I'm sure everybody's heard about the Miller and Sons tree service. They were fined $234,427.50 for cutting down grandfather oaks at a property on Gandy. And what does that have to do with Palm River? Well, they hopped on the crosstown and drove to Palm River and dumped the trees on this lot. And we have pictures, we have slideshows to show all of this. They brought the tree debris to the Maydale property and dumped it there. We are submitting 48 pictures electronically to show the dumping of the construction debris and yard waste that has occurred over the last 5 years. Twice their trucks were stuck in the mud. It's quite comical when you look at the pictures. I'm submitting electronically an email from Krista Hall, Environmental Supervisor for Developmental Services, and she states there's no permits of any kind for this property. Okay. Okay, These are the slides from dumping. You can see construction debris, tires, railroad ties. I also have a few additional photos I'm going to submit into the record. I'm very concerned about flooding. We have incredible thunderstorms. This past summer, we had a storm. We had about 5 inches of rain in an hour. There's nowhere for the water to go. And it's pretty scary when you think that your home might be ruined, which leads to financial ruin. It's a lot to think about. I oppose this rezoning for all the reasons that I've listed. It is not compatible. What is it? Krista. Okay, it's coming up. Can we skip to that now? How many we?
So that's 7.5 minutes. Now you
Okay.
have an additional 7.5, and
Okay, we're
then
gonna
that's the end
continue.
of your time.
I'm wrapping it up.
Okay.
We've got I'm going to share the email from Krista from Developmental Services. I appreciate the help from the staff. They've been very helpful this
They are.
evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
So, and this is the email that says that there's no permit on record for the property. So it's interesting that Mr. Pressman told a fib. There's not a duplex adjacent to the property. There's single-family homes on 3/4 of an acre. Anything for you to say? I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. If you could both sign in and submit whatever you'd like into the record. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
No, I just wanted to make sure with the citizens that just spoke that everything that they showed on there, they've put into the record so that it's available to you at the board meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, I don't know what the discussion was or validity of the photos in terms of what was presented. When I was at the site taking pictures, this is the one photo I took, which seemed very clear and very simple and very vacant. In terms of other activity the gentlemen were speaking about, I don't know. I haven't seen the email from the county, which I'd like to see for a moment, if I may. But I do want to note a correction. When I show this photo across the street, it appears to me as if there's 2 doors for 2 units. So, and it looks as if there's 2 walkways to the site. So I interpreted that as a duplex. If that's incorrect, then it's incorrect. But as zoning shows, surrounding the site to the north, to the northwest, to the east, and to the southeast is RDC 12, which is clearly what a lot of the homes in the area are. You have an intensity of BPO across the street. And I would like to look real quick at that email, if I may, hearing officer.
Sure.
The email's electronic.
HTV, do you still have their presentation with everything?
While we're looking for that, I'll bring up one other point, if I may. Because the gentleman, with all due respect, spoke a lot about the Greater Palm River Community Plan. But I think the Planning Commission goes into great depth about it, where they note that that plan supports well-designed compatible densities and intensities, which they found consistent, as did Development Services. Community plan also seeks to ensure a sense of place. Neighborhood nodes shall be developed with uses that do not exceed neighborhood commercial scale locational criteria applications. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of this policy direction. The proposal is consistent with those objectives and a livable community element. But I think there's another important aspect. There's a lot of policies in the comp plan that strive for a mix of type of housing units, whether they're single family, multifamily, that allow a wide variety of housing to exist, which is exactly what this use would allow. And I think a lot of the discussion from the gentleman had to do with stormwater, but the good news here is that as this is a vacant, larger site, there is no control of water or stormwater where it goes. But once developed, they will, of course, as you well know, will have to meet site concerns, retention, and go through the separate agencies so there is control of those stormwaters. So it will be a much more improved situation in regard to those circumstances. So with that, I would just like to ask if we do have that email.
They do have it pulled up now. That is the email from Krista Hall, Natural Resources.
Ms. Finch, this is what I wanted to make sure was in the record. I don't know if this was on a flash drive by the applicant or in paper.
I think, Allison, it is on the thumb drive, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is on the thumb
Great.
drive.
Thank you very much.
If I could read the bottom of that email, please. So as I see that email, this is an email from 6 years ago about concerns of large pile of fill material brought into the parcel, where Crystal Hall responds that she didn't see any permits. So I don't see how that's really valid for today's review. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0392. It's 8 o'clock, so we typically take a 5-minute break. So if you could be back at 8:05 and we'll resume the hearing. Thank you so much.
Hello, Benjamin Plant. If you can test your video and audio.
Let's see here. I'm trying to start video. There we go.
Yep. You're good. Your video
All right.
and your audio sounds clear. And I just want to confirm that I have 2 videos for you to show.
I am the civil engineer, so there might be a couple of videos from the land use attorney. I cannot confirm though.
Gotcha. Thank you.
They should be there. They should be there in person.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back to the March 24th, 2025 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. Ms. Heinrich, we are ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item D1, PD 24-1139. The applicant is requesting to rezone property that is currently zoned AS C1 and CG to planned development. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And also just to note, this is traveling with a comprehensive plan amendment and both the comprehensive plan amendment and this PD are scheduled to be heard at the May 8th, 2025 CPA BOCC hearing.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Rebecca Kurt with Brooks, Rocha, Colby, and Rice, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910. I'm here tonight representing the property owners in this case, as well as the business American and Import Auto. And we have Mark Kara representing those entities with us tonight. We have Steve Henry with Transportation, Todd Amadon with Engineering, Isabel Alpert with Planning, and Ken Tinkler from Carlton Fields if we need rebuttal. I do want to let you know that we had 3 community meetings in this case. The first 2, no one showed up, so I'm sorry. Is this better? Okay.
Let's see. Sir, can we try to adjust that volume? Thank you. They're working on it.
I'll stand on this side closer to the microphone.
That's a little better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we did have 3 community meetings. Only 1 had people attended. I think that there's a lot of misinformation out in the community that we've tried to straighten up, and hopefully we can provide some additional information tonight. This is going to show you the location of the parcel. There are 4 parcels located upon a section of Martin Luther King that is expected to be widened. It's already had taking of the property and the trees are cleared. I looked on the website today and it said they were expecting construction in 2029. Let me go to the next slide. So there are 4 parcels involved in this case. The first 2 eastern parcels, which form an L shape, have been operating as an auto salvage since the 1960s. In 1976, the parcel, as part of a larger rezoning, was rezoned to manufacturing for the purpose of auto salvage. And the manufacturing was already present along this portion of MLK. So it has been legally operated since at least 1976 on the 2 L-shaped parcels. My client's family purchased those 2 parcels in the early 1990s and have operated the vehicular recycling operation since that time. My client eventually took it over into his own name, his own businesses. It's important to understand that because I want to make it very clear that the vehicular recycling, which is a light industrial use that is on this property, is only located on these 2 parcels and has historically been located on these 2 parcels for nearly 60 years. In the early 1990s, about the time that my client's family was purchasing this property, the county was also going through adoptions of comprehensive plans and zoning conformance. During that time, this parcel and all the industrial parcels along this section of MLK were both downplanned and downzoned. It did not come to the attention of the property owners until all that had occurred. They then approached the Board of County Commissioners and objected to it, and the Board of County Commissioners directed the Planning Commission to come back with a plan category that would recognize the existing uses on the property. That did happen. The Planning Commission report for the 1992-93 change back to LIP, which would be a more appropriate land use category for them, has been supplied to zoning. It's uploaded in optics, and it has a lot of important information, background information about all the uses and how historically they've been there, as well as the fact that at the time, it was recognized by the county that these uses were conforming prior to the zoning and planning changes, and it had been made non-conforming, which would make them legal. That's by definition, non-conforming is legal. And all of this, again, has been documented. And just to reiterate, that these are the only 2 parcels historically and in the proposal where any light industrial activities go on. This is the area where the cars are brought in, this is where the cars are drained, this is where the cars are stripped, and this is where the cars are crushed. The parcel directly to the west is a parcel which we are proposing for open storage. In 1998, Gary Hancock, which was a famous baseball player from this area, returned to town and purchased this property for his business, which had been in effect since 1985, Gary Hancock Irrigation and Landscape. It was a commercial landscaping business that had open storage on the property that we are proposing to do open storage. Unfortunately, Mr. Hancock got sick, and in 2012, he approached my client about purchasing the property to continue to use it for open storage for my client's business. That did happen, and it's been used for open storage, but only open storage of vehicles, no industrial uses to the current time. Mr. Hancock's use was considered agricultural, so the open storage was allowed under the zoning code, but it was still heavy equipment open storage on the parcel, and the open parcel continues to this date. Finally, the northeastern parcel was purchased by my client a few years ago, intended to be utilized to provide a buffer to the north of the property. Sometime in around 2005, the area north of this property was platted, and subsequently, some very nice homes have been purchased and built out there. And so he purchased that property to be used as a buffer. If you look at old aerials, you can see that at some point it was utilized to store semis, but we are committing in the future from here on that it will be used only for a buffer piece. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Albert to explain in detail our request. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Isabella Albert, I'm a certified planner. I work with 1000 North Ashley Drive, and I'm here also representing the applicant. So Rebecca went through the history of the zoning, and I'm just going to go a little bit more in detail about Martin Luther King. As you heard, it has been went through eminent domain to expand the road. This is a major arterial going east and west in the county, and by doing that, some of the residential or development there, homes there, turned into FDOT properties. And so as you can see here, besides the LIP, which is the Light Industrial Plan Development section here, majority, 70% of the land along this stretch of the road is non-residential. And that you'll see throughout as FDOT expands those roads, they tend to turn into non-residential uses. So here's the future land use. This is the light industrial plan that you heard Ms. Kurt talk about. And then there's residential 1, residential 2 further to the west, and then residential 4 in the urban service area. Historical zoning, you can see in 1965, this is an area that shows the closest to back in 76. They rezoned the property to M1, which is an industrial district, and specifically for the auto salvage and storage. Now, again, during the zoning conformance, they gave the zoning for CG, but it should have been more like a manufacturing. But then, like you heard in 92, they fixed the LIP, and we don't understand why the previous owner did not do so, but you'll see all the properties to the east that were in the LIP went in and did a PD industrial zoning to protect their uses that were there. But you can see in 1985, that use was there. And so this is now we're coming in for a plan development to bring the whole site into conformance and increase some of those requirements or control more of making it compatibility with our operations and buffers. So this is where you can see the light green area here where it shows this is the area that's going to be kept open space. It's approximately 200 feet from the north. Where the area that is currently approved and legal use as the recycling facility, they are committed to keep the 100 feet from the north as, again, a non-activity area. They further increased their buffer and screening, a portion of the north to the east where a 20-foot buffer and type B screening is required. They're increasing it to a 30-foot buffer with committed to a wall. And again, this is the only area that they're doing the open storage. And then this is the area yellow that they're going to continue their use. Sorry, it just clicked before me. Part of the plan development, they're committed to hours of operations, days of operations. The vehicle compactor is currently facing to the west, which is a 3-sided. They're going to turn it, part of the conditions, turn it towards the south and reduce the effect for the residents to the north, and also limiting the height to 35 feet. So Development Services does recognize the long history of the intensive uses in that area. They also, support this request because they were limiting to a specific use. They are increasing the buffer and the screening, and they are also further agreeing to orientation of the compactor as well as hours operation. And with all of that, they feel like that further reduces the effects to the residential use in the surrounding area. And they do recommend approval. Now, Planning Commission It is recognized that it is in a wellhead resource protection area, and for that reason, they felt like policy 1.39 from the One Water element is not being supported because it's new development and they have to be subject to all regulations to prevent potential degradation of public water supply. Now, we do meet that because we also met with the environmental services staff to show them what we were proposing, and they had no objections to this request as long as we were going to have some closure permit that is being obtained for the vehicle recycling existing use. Now, they felt that policy 1.312, which says to restrict additional industrial land uses within the WVRPA. Although we are in that area, we're outside of the capture zone, which is shown part of the record. And also the open storage and the recycling, vehicle recycling is not even a listed or prohibited use in that area. And that they do fail to state the one policy, 1.3.3, that supports the effective best management practices and to evaluate for effectiveness. Now, the EPC Air and Water Division staff investigated and inspected the site following a complaint filed in May 2024. On June 10th, the complaint was deemed unsubstantiated and subsequently closed. Now, additionally, the inspection report concluded with, Mr. Karen, the American Import Auto Parts staff have done an excellent job at ensuring the waste generated from their facility does not contaminate the environment. All green yard BMPs have been verified to be implemented, and the facility shall retain their original certification from 2006. They've actually added that as a conclusion into the report. Objective 4.4, Planning Commission staff felt that the area was predominantly residential in character, and therefore the introduction of this is not compatible with that. However, they failed to recognize that this is not a residential neighborhood in character overall. Their staff report states that while the folio to the east of the subject property is commercial general, one folio permitting this does not make the overall neighborhood as a residential character. They fail to even mention that there's a 20-acre LIP with existing commercial industrial uses since the 60s, 70s, or 80s. And also they fail to say, well, they were there conducting their business with, some residential and agricultural use. They were there first. Eventually, the residential came in. But with this PD in place, they're going with these restrictions and with these conditions. That will be addressing the transition of uses and the mitigation of adverse impact. They also report, in the report, they're stating that there's no enhanced landscaping to the north or the west or no architectural features. That is incorrect. The buffers are being increased from 100 to 200 feet, the open space. The buffers are increasing from 20 to 30 feet and committed to a 6-foot wall. The Mango-Seffner Community Plan also talks about the protection of the environment, including wetlands and wildlife habitat. Again, the EPC, which is like the primary enforcement agencies for these environmental impact, made their statement in the report, which I'm not going to state again. Goal number 2, enhance community character and to ensure residential and non-residential development. Well, then through the plan development and those conditions will ensure that the quality of this commercial use. And goal number 3 talks about where development should be going, commercial development should be going, but they also recognize illegal non-conforming properties that are rezoned to commercial and other residential use shall be brought into compliance with all applicable land development codes and comp plan policies. Now, the owner did not apply for legal non-conforming use. However, from the original 1976 zoning that allows the salvage and storage, along with the aerial images showing over time the use that was constantly there as a nonstop, consistently there and continued to this day. It would likely be a legal non-conforming use. But with this, in addition, with this plan development, we're bringing into compliances and adding more restricted conditions. And for these reasons, we are requesting approval. The compatibility concerns have been addressed with the enhanced screening and hours of operational conditions. The vehicle recycling portion of the property was legal operating from prior to zoning conformance. Portion of the site is zoned commercial general, located within a pocket of the LIP land use classification. EPC, Hillsborough County Natural Resources and Development Services are in support and are consistent with the objectives of a comprehensive plan and the Seffner Mango Community Plan that I just talked about. That concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have any questions.
I do. I
Thank
have
you.
a couple of questions for either you or Ms. Kurt, whoever would like to answer. Let me just go back and make sure that I'm clear, that the record's clear. So the LIP portion of the property, it's your testimony that that operation, the recycling operation, has been in existence since the mid-'60s.
Yes.
And through unknown reasons, during zoning conformance, they designated the property commercial general, whereas perhaps they should have gone to the planned development, the PDI, which would be consistent with the properties to the east, I believe.
The city downzoned them, the county downzoned them to CG to be which was the most intensive zoning category that was allowed under the down-planned zone comp plan category that they put them in. And then at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners, the Planning Commission came back and gave them an LIP category.
I see.
And when they did that, and this is all in the backup, they clearly state that the uses were legal prior to the down zoning and down planning and were considered non-conforming, and they would need a PD to come into conformance, and you understand these very legal terms. It doesn't mean that they're illegal, but to get into complete conformance, they would have to have a PD.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're just non-conforming.
And at the time, in the mid-'60s to the '90s, let's just say when your client purchased the recycling portion of the property, that parcel to the west, which was previously the landscaping parcel, had open storage, and then through a transfer of ownership, then your client then started using that property for the open storage of the cars, but not the objectionable, some might say, uses that are going on the LIP portion.
Correct.
Okay. So with the companion comprehensive plan amendment that you have applied for to incorporate that western and northern property, I understand through reading the backup that the Planning Commission is consistent with their testimony that's going to happen tonight, that they are found that the plan amendment is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So my question to you is, what happens to if that western and northwestern portion is not changed to LIP through the comprehensive plan amendment? What happens to the business? Does the business that's operating currently on the LIP portion, does that stay and go forward if that plan amendment is denied?
One clarification, then I will answer your question. The northwest portion is not subject to the LIP change. We wanted to make it crystal clear that's remaining as a buffer. And the LIP, the Planning Commission, you have the report, you can read it, their reasons for their objections, but they said that they were unable to look at the plan to see whether or not there was anything that redeemed them. Now, with this rezoning, they're staying consistent with their original plan. The business wants to be able to operate as it's operating today and as it's operated since 2012. That's the goal. But we do believe that we are legal nonconforming on the original parcel, the L-shaped parcel to the east. We have not gone and gotten that non-conforming determination, because when my client was first alerted to this, he was like, how can I solve it? And we're like, let's solve it holistically. And let's do some more restrictive things. Let's limit height. Let's make the noise, the noise is currently in compliance with EPC, but let's make it less of a burden for all your neighbors. Let's do all these great things and apply for the whole thing holistically. And so we didn't put them through both processes. If this were to be denied, then we'll go through the non-conforming use process.
And that would address the L-shaped property?
The L-shaped parcel.
So then back to my original question, can the business, the L-shaped property business, can that continue to operate if the property with the open storage is not allowed? If the property remains as it's zoned now and you can't do open storage?
Are you asking legally or practically?
I suppose.
I mean, legally, yes, it can continue to operate. And practically, that's a discussion that my client, will have to figure out whether or not he's going to continue to operate if the other side won't go. I'm not sure we're at a position where we need to or have to commit to that today. But legally, we do think that it could continue to operate.
Right. You certainly don't have to answer the business question of whether they can continue or not, for sure. I'm just trying to get the scope of the request and what is the existing circumstance. So.
Yes, I did want to make one clarification. In the PowerPoint, it said that we are applying for the wellhead operating or closure permit, and I wasn't sure if Ms. Albert said closing permit, but I want to make it clear we're applying for an operating permit for the original parcels.
Yes, I did read the Environmental Services comments where they're requiring that for
Yes.
the LIP portion.
And we're already in contact with them to get a pre-app scheduled.
All right, thank you so much, I appreciate it. All right, with that, then we'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Carolyn Peddle, Development Services. Again, this is rezoning PD 241139. So again, the applicant is seeking to rezone four parcels of the northern side of Eastern Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to planned development to allow for the continued use of a vehicle recycling facility, the continued use of a vehicle storage lot, and a newly acquired parcel that will be used for buffering and screening. The proposal has 3 tracks: Track A for buffering the commercial use, Track B for open storage of the crushed vehicles, and Track C for vehicle recycling. The applicant is seeking a variation to LDC Part 607 for fences and walls, and Part 606 landscape and buffering to allow the existing 8-foot fence along the southern and eastern boundaries to remain. The area surrounding the subject site is predominantly made up of residential uses with some commercial and industrial uses along the northern side of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard towards the east and west of the site. The site is located adjacent to an area with a long history of intensive uses to the east. Furthermore, the PD limits the uses to only vehicle recycling and associated open storage, while leaving Tract A to remain undeveloped in order to provide additional separation of the active uses of the PD to the residential uses to the north. The PD will provide a 30-foot wide buffer and Type C screening with a masonry wall along the western and northern property lines adjacent to the residentially zoned properties, which exceed accessory open storage screening requirements. The existing wetland area in the northern portion of the site will further buffer the residentially zoned properties to the north of the subject site. To further reduce the effects of the uses on the surrounding residential properties, the applicant has agreed to restrict the hours of operation for the car crusher and car lifts to weekdays between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The applicant also agrees to orient the building housing the car crusher to face south to redirect the sound away from the properties to the north and west. Again, the site is located in the wellhead protection area, though Environmental Services has not objected to the proposal, subject to the recommended condition, including that the owner obtains a wellhead protection operation permit. Staff finds the request approvable, subject to proposed conditions and the approval of CPA 2320. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Residential 1 and Light Industrial Planned Future Land Use category, is in the rural area and within the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The proposed plan development is running concurrently with HCCPA 2320, which proposes to amend a portion of the Residential 1 Future Land Use designation to Light Industrial Planned. Based upon the applicant requesting the rezoning run concurrently with the plan amendment, Planning Commission staff is reviewing the requested rezoning under the proposed future land use category. Per policy 1.3.9 of the One Water element, new developments within wellhead resource protection areas are subject to all regulations, criteria, standards, methodologies, and procedures designed to prevent the potential degradation of public potable water supplies. Policy 1.3.12 restricts additional areas of industrial land use within WRPAs. The request directly conflicts with this policy direction. The proposal does not meet policy direction in the community design component, as these policies require development in residential areas to be limited to a neighborhood scale, have gradual transitions of intensities, and have the development of like uses or uses that are complementary to the surrounding area. Staff recognize the mitigation measures proposed. However, a vehicle recycling facility and a vehicle storage adjacent to single-family residential uses are not compatible with the residential development pattern of the area. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, this is where we're going to count hands. So how many we have, make sure you hold them up so we can get a good count. Remember, we have 15 minutes total. Hands up, please. So there's 2, 3.
In opposition or to speak?
To speak.
Half your audience is opposition.
All right, how many people would actually like to speak? Okay, so there's 4, 5. Anybody else? All right, then that's 3 minutes apiece. Allison, if you could go ahead and come forward and line up, it makes it go a little quicker. You can refer to the people in the audience if you'd like, but whoever would like to go first, come forward and give me your name and address. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Todd Randolph. I live at 207 North Matanzas Avenue, Tampa, 33609. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County of 16 years, and I'm here today on behalf of Sierra Club Tampa Bay. Nancy Stevens, the Conservation Committee Chair, submitted the Sierra Club letter requesting the county to oppose the rezoning effort of RZPD 24-1139. Sierra Club determined that the initial agency review of the Environmental Services Division contained sufficient evidence to deny this rezoning because this vehicle processing site is in a wellhead resource protection area, and the county comprehensive plan has specific policies in place to protect the potable water supply and other natural resources. This request conflicts with, as the review stated, the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan 1 Water Element Policy 1.3.12 states that no additional areas shall be designated with industrial land use plan categories within the WRPAs. Additionally, the review stated vehicle recycling is associated with prohibited and restricted activities in Section 3.5.3.a and Section 3.5.4.a of the Hillsborough County LDC. The Sierra Club letter was submitted on February 7th. Since then, the Environmental Services revised its report twice and appears to now allude that the BOCC may disregard its own established rules that were put in place to protect residents' health by ensuring safe potable water supplies. The latest rezoning attempt and the latest environmental services revision both argue the justification to rewrite county maps, plans, and rules on a proposal that this operation has been occurring for decades. For this hearing, I am mindful to adhere to facts and to represent evidence, yet the general justification for this rezoning contained in the application and reflected in the environmental services review is that this industrial site got away with doing something incorrectly for a long time, so it is okay to keep doing that incorrect thing. Papers and plans can be reworded, but they will not change the basic fact that the location of this vehicle processing operation is not and has not been appropriate. These kinds of industrial processing operations with accompanying outdoor stockpiling pose an indeterminate risk of contamination to drinking water and to the health of residents in this county, especially when this business has been cited for not complying with prior pollution control recommendations. Sierra Club requests that the county oppose this rezoning effort.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Grace McComas. I live at 8050 Old Darby Street. I oppose both the PD 241139 and the CPA 2320. According to the comprehensive plan and the Sefner-Mango Community Plan, neither heavy or even light industrial are allowed in the rural service area. These plans were approved and adopted by our Board of County Commissioners. Our BOCC has sworn to protect this county as well as the rights and lifestyles of its homesteaders. We citizens expect the county departments and the BOCC to uphold these plans. Had a zoning been done back in 1992, when a CPA, 9810 was a CPA, not a zoning, was approved for the industrial business, and the owners had, I'm sorry, but the owners failed to file for the rezoning and retains the CG zoning. There have been changes in the comp plan since 1992. Industrial is no longer permitted in the rural area. In 2010, the Sefner-Mango Community Plan was adopted. Goal 1 addresses protecting the environment, the wetlands, Baker's Creek, and associated watersheds. Goal 3 states light industrial is restricted to the urban service area west of State Road 579. As a framer of that plan, I know these goals well. Nowhere in our plan is heavy industrial permitted or intended. Just because his family and then Mr. Cara have for over 30 years illegally operated its light, then heavy industrial business on commercial generally zoned property does not constitute reason to be allowed to continue misusing the land and ignoring the rules of our county. Only because of being cited by code enforcement for violations over 2 years ago, had any attempt been made to acquire a proper zoning and permits, or to comply with the county standards for auto recycling. This increase in heavy industrial is inconsistent, incompatible, and totally inappropriate in the rural area and on a watershed. Our Planning Commission has presented policies and rules that back up these facts. The wisdom and integrity of our current policies must be followed. Otherwise, why does the county have policies and plans and encourage community plans if they do not adhere to them? The applicant has several other properties in the county that may be more appropriate for this particular business than a watershed. No paper permit will prevent contaminants from seeping into the ground. Illegal use of our land should not be rewarded. The property should be ordered to cease and desist operation of this business and restore all this land to its original natural condition. Please strongly recommend for denial of the PD and the CPA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please sign in. Next.
Is it okay while I'm talking for her to put photos up?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
Sure.
you. I don't know to tell you.
You put it face up.
I'm sorry. We've never done this. Thank you.
I've never done it. Oh, okay. Oh, simple enough.
Michelle Miles, 412 Vinekeeper Court, Seffner. I opposed PD 241139 and CP 2320 as this action will circumvent ongoing fines for the adjudicated improper use of zone by this business. June 14th, 2024, the code's special magistrate ruled in the community's favor and by order imposing finding of facts and conclusion of law, which is there. Business operations should not leave Hillsborough residents unprotected, and we, the taxpayer, could be left with hefty costs to clean up contaminated land. The approving recommendation subject to proposed conditions and approval of the CPA is unthinkable based, in my opinion, on the history of indifference to FDOT, SwiftMud, FDEP, and Hillsborough County's required permits which protect our community. Now, it's time for much-needed enforcement. No more extensions after the fact permits should be granted under any circumstances that could threaten health and safety of our community, please. I pray the client's representatives claim in several meetings and somewhat tonight that the county commissioners are giving their approval before May 8th facts are reviewed are false. Why would the BOCC disregard public safety after receiving the prestigious 2021 Award of Excellence 1 Chapter 1 Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, which was presented for former Commissioner Moran and Melissa Dickens? In response to the 24 written statement of history, yes, Stephen Manor subdivision abuts these businesses to the north with 9 homes built in 2005, SwiftMud permitted our surface water management system downstream, which would be receiving illicit discharge with zero protection from this industrial business. Facts are incorrect, as directly to the west of the MLK site that has already been found non-compliant is not a business, but it's a 4.83 acres homesteaded generational property. The view of the homeowner is of these stacked wrecked cars with no fence and no variance buffer was offered. Their insistence this operation is not new implies operating businesses without legally being registered in Sunbiz is acceptable. American Import Auto Parts was registered in 2009, 15 years ago. American One, American Two, American Land Holdings all became LLCs June of 2012, not predating our community's wellheads. And all LCCs have open code enforcement violate the codes.
2012 is the same year industrial operations expanded, and that was without zoning, behind a white fence and electric gate. As of today, SwiftMud's June 2024 requests to cease activity on that 5.62 acres of ASC1 is being disregarded for the environmental resource permit. Please, please protect us.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. You're welcome to submit those documents into the record.
Thank
if
you
you'd like.
very much.
Next, please. If you'd like.
Please, if you need to finish.
I know where I'm at.
April and June of 2024, SwiftMud requested an ERP permit. It has been ignored, and they have been storing vehicles in the Pemberton Creek watershed. Continue. SwiftMud letters are in my packet that is also provided. Each person in this room resides in Hillsborough County, and we respectfully request to use the property, or for you to use this opportunity to deny these quests to protect our families and precious water resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. For the late night. Russell Kahn, 607 Valencia Park Drive, Sefner 33584, just on the south side of MLK. I think I should be at 2 minutes. Yeah. So there's been a lot said. This proposal, I think you're going to have to get some skis for the slippery slope they're asking you to commit to. The reality here is open use and agricultural area that they're trying to add is not the same as their open storage that they're using for vehicles, for salvage, for junkyard, in effect. I think that the use and the effect is different than what the original use was intended. A lot of the other owners on that land, the neighboring lands, did actually apply to the county to get that rezoning approved at the appropriate time. This land didn't, and we shouldn't backdoor them in and expand them at the same time when they have been non-conforming and non-compliant with every body that oversees them. They have multiple citations over the course of many years that some they have gotten into compliance with. Some of them have been slaps on the wrists. They are currently being fined, I believe, $350 a day by this own county. So I think we have to look very hard before we give them future rights that won't be able to be clawed back if they're not even willing to abide by the county's current and existing use requirements. Let them get into compliance and then come back and ask for increases once they've shown they can act as a good faith community member. They have gone disregarded the actual needs of this community. I live on the south side of MLK. I never saw a public hearing opportunity before they asked for this request. I found out through driving by the community, the Sierra Club, bringing awareness to this issue. So I really think no more time needs to be spent on this before they come forward and seek approval from BOCC and this group. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. All right. I believe this is the last speaker, correct? Okay. Yes. Good evening.
I want to put this in. Okay, my name's Elaine Lopez, 1302 Vinewood Drive. This did come to the attention approximately 2 years ago. Guess who moved into the neighborhood 2 years ago? Guess who asked the question, what's going on? My husband and I. When we found out what was going on, we sent out flyers to all of our neighbors to let them know that there was going to be a meeting that none of us had heard about. And that's what started the whole thing. They have not been in compliance. As I've said, I don't want to repeat everything over and over again. I am going to go back to some of the meetings that we've been to before where they have said that they provide a community service to all of our county by allowing vehicles to be towed in that have been wrecked and destroyed and leaking fluids and things like that onto the ground, left in front of the businesses. They have a contract with the Sheriff's Department. They're on what's called a tow rotation. And for their tow rotation to be legal, they have to be in compliance with no orders against them by the magistrate. which is right now standing, they are violating coding zones. So therefore, they're not supposed to be on that rotation. They've been told not to receive vehicles anymore. They are still receiving vehicles. Now, these vehicles come in all times of the evening. They are not kept on anything that keeps them from leaking. They sit on that property till somebody comes in the morning and picks it up. Now, why the property looks so clean out in front, and I've seen this myself, is that they go in there, pull dirt out, and put new dirt on top of it. Sometimes they don't even pull the dirt out, they put new dirt on top of it, which changes the elevation of the property. As for them doing the open storage, like he said, of agriculture is very different than open storage of vehicles. In order to be able to open store any vehicles in a wellhead protected area, there are a lot of measures that have to be gone through. I actually took a look at our Department of Environmental Protection to actually see what is required of them if they are going to store outside. So it's not open storage that's not covered. It's supposed to be covered, and it's supposed to prevent anything from getting into the ground, to include chipped paint, eroding wire, chrome, tires, wheels, anything that can break down in that vehicle, down into the ground, to our water sources. We're in a area. I have a family, I have grandchildren that come to visit me a couple of years, and I don't feel bad to have them in the future. I'm asking, you want that neighborhood with that? Sure wouldn't. Either. I am against PD 1130 and CPA 2330. 20.
Thank you so much. All right, so close the test, and we'll go back.
No questions.
I don't think so. Thank you, though. We'll go have good evening. Not Mr.
Good. Down and there were 42 born. Over the last before that, I want to end as rebuttal. For county or an south go above compliance, environmental south. See yard have been triggered by the and for this team I've obtained being added reports be earlier triggered by an and during the waste facility not contaminated. And they later or client with staff he is needed running the post for that rated under permit for 2000 EP regarding for each record recent inspection and in compliance. Inspector that's their job to find things. They're flat dealt with and no into the record.
Report area that is proper with the open space. Correct.
The South Florida of the RP.
Thank you so much.
They were looking at all. Are many DE in high school to try to company. This is where rescue and service award. This my client, his family, and all. When he there's no experience in industry was something it was never change in records do today. You just want to say to improve just building, which is what that's actually where full transparency. Information you will take.
I have it. Then with 9.
$26.4 C9 development presentation.
Okay. Evening. Record award and
cases sweet names. I thought to tell you who they are. They're a distributor. They hotels, brands are Blue, Facility 56 subject Tampa zoning is 5, and you can see it area. Usual organized part at Hillsborough County. The is the which is this property rezoning. I did fill in the blue square just to indicate that's another property that they also own, but it's not included in this rezoning. This is the proposed site plan. Again, a little bit unusual in nature because the proposed uses that we're asking for are stormwater and parking for cold storage trucks. So there are it's going to be combined site plan with the CI property operation will expand at that time. We are offering enhanced buffering and screening. We've got an 8-foot masonry wall on the north area adjacent to the cold storage truck site, and then also a 6-foot masonry wall along the rest of the northern boundary. Wanted to just have this slide to just kind of call out that different variation, the screening variations that we have throughout the site. Obviously, in some places, asking for variations to do more, and in some instances where the site is constrained, sort of on that western edge, to go to a 10-foot type B. There is an unimproved right-of-way there that basically provides the equivalent buffer in a particular area. So overall, staff and development services found that the PD buffering and screening actually made the site more compatible with the surrounding area and buffered the residential to the north. Both staffs have found it consistent and with conditions, and we're fine with answer any questions you might have.
At this time. Development services.
Chris Gralinar, Development. Here to present PD 24-1264. The applicant proposes to rezone 2.83 acre property containing 5 parcels from RSC 9 and CD 64 to allow site not for to the east portion commercial vehicles would be in 4 at open front storage buildings, and also would be a facilities west. This single family commercial subject property designated residential in the future land use. Planning Commission found proposed use consistent with the uses to the site are similar to the required industrial and commercial seafood wholesale house directly adjacent ice of the in Tampa. In the east, warehouses is a large manufacturing district. Light industrial use. North, south, and west are adequate and screen. There's a 20-foot B. It's a masonry wall where the commercial storage be located. Or funding of the RSC GRD 2460 part of vehicles, storage in metal buildings, consistent zoning of the area. I'd be glad to ask a question.
Sure. Had about the PD variance for, and then you list of but what I what's required. Understand the request. If you with 1 through 4, what is actually required? Buffer the fence and so forth.
Well, it's variations are requested.
So, for instance, requiring 20 feet there, I don't know what's required.
I apologize.
If you want to real quick, you can do that. Or
looking variation section. What will be in this area would be a with tight 10 feet stated, which in there it's without there. It's a 6-foot street and because and correct, Chris. One 8-foot high. They could have a 6. Correct.
All right. Complete.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The residential area limits of the east part. Removing the that the used develop to this direction 16 intends establish in proposed existing business. The proposed development means offers of maintains north preserving staff incorporated to the department.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone? Seeing. All right. The last word.
Appreciate it. You asked detail because the majority of the only one. Thank you
so much.
Next, major 001 to P-03 development services findings. So James and development.
For 3302, the applicant. Camera on. Event we don't use 15 minutes to our.
We go. Put it in
And
consideration.
then, okay, thanks. And then secondarily, about 3 o'clock today, we received a letter of objection from the property owner. And from our, it wasn't timely under it's 2 days in advance. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the staff. So.
All right. Is that the letter from Ms. Grimes?
It's, we'd like to growth management for the site tackle. Thank you.
Good evening.
Drive Suite development. Just so
Thank you.
the property is 730 parcel, as well as the subject South Shore, the east, which ranks stories, and up on ramp. On the left, we have both storage and space, residential, office, boat, and RV hotel, 70 rooms and square. Marina, 120, 90,000. Hotel pad. Future AR. Here just puts you the existing blow up of. On the left, you'll see access to Upper Alafaya locations generally outlined. You can see we're showing access along Upper Alafaya Court. Again, that used to be called the frontage. In 2 locations to the south, as well as cross access east, and that aligns with that property's major modification that they recently. Notably, our primary access was eliminated project to the east, and to replace it, the county required that they dedicate right-of-way for a new road segment. Road also serves as their sole access. And their permit requires construction of that road as well. Is requiring our client at our expense to Fern Hill, and that's going to the east from this off-site 54-foot right-of-way that Mr. Bentley will go over a little bit more.
Can I stop you?
Sure.
I hate to interrupt, but just I don't want to leave that point.
Mm-hmm.
So did you just say that, if you could put the site plan back up, the existing or the existing and the proposed?
There we go.
There you go. Did you say that the development access?
You want to comment on that?
Modification project, when that staff its property.
Not on the approved, they're not to the former primary access.
The way the county's reconfigured transportation network, access is off Old Gibsonton when you go west of this 54-foot right-of-way in question, Ms. Finch.
Right.
So west of that's owned by the DOT, runs along Gibsonton Drive and the interstate. It's owned by DOT, but it's a condition before you tonight. Our client's obligated to remove the Gibsonton Drive to Fern Hill. So our only access now is through the 50-foot right-of-way, the north-south.
The Upper Alafaya Court.
Yeah, and that's their only access too.
Right. But you are, and maybe we're jumping ahead, but just
Yeah,
because
you
you
know,
started there, your access is from Gibsonton to Upper Alafaya Court and into your property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or I guess folks could go up to the Alafaya Preserve, the opposition to the east, and go straight through once that connection is completed.
But that's cross-access, that's hotel parking lot.
Understood. You confused me with you eliminated the primary access. That's where I lost
I'll
you.
give you when you get, the opportunity to take a look at them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, apologies for interrupting.
No worries at all. All right, let me see where I was at. Okay, so our site plan, what I did was enlarge the site area and then the site data table just for some information. You can see the general area for the 2 hotel pad locations on the east, and those are outlined in green, these pad locations. And then for the Marina Dry Dock and I-75. Development, a 20-foot buffer type B screening is
adjacent to the existing multifamily, and again, that ranges from 2 to 5 stories. Also, the development will be required to adhere to a 2 described in LDC section 6.00. I just wanted to show you a couple site pics. There's on the left-hand side is the apartments, and under construction hotel at 6. Regarding the comprehensive plan, the proposal meets the South Systems community plans, Riverview Shore Goal 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mixed-use project will complement the surrounding neighborhood and community. Additionally, we are compatible with the existing development pattern and again support the vision of the South Shore and Riverview community plans. We meet several goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, which are in line with your PC staff report. As far as review findings, there are no sought from our proposal, and this is unlike the recent developments adjacent to ours to the east. Policy 19.3 bonus, the comp plans flex, and parking reductions. We're providing you with those project zoning conditions as Mr. Bentley stated. Additionally, the Planning Commission staff found our request consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the 2 community plans associated with our site. Development Services deemed our request approvable, subject to the proposed conditions, which we agree with. In conclusion, approval will allow for a mixed-use project that is consistent and compatible with the built environment and community plans. There's no waivers or variations being proposed. County and Planning Commission staff found the request compatible and approvable. The project will adhere to all staff's proposed conditions. Just so for your knowledge, we have our site engineer from Kimberly Horn on virtually. It should be Benjamin Plant if you have any questions. Additionally, we have our transportation engineer, Steve Henry, in the audience. So with that, I guess going back on what Mr. Bentley stated, if we could reserve this time, the remaining time for rebuttal, or
1 second.
Unless, go ahead.
I'd like to bring Steve Henry, our transportation engineer, just to clarify that issue. I think it's pretty important.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 7. Property, 15 history as point. Originally, here, Gibson intended Fern to get issue with is and several close functions because this a couple of functions because this a couple of that there would be a connection from frontage up to Alafia. So that was the idea, and that's why it being eliminated was at the requested because of the proximity and the ability to function at the hill.
So the replacement for the cross access to the
Correct.
eastern property?
There would be from the front, there'd be road. And remote.
I think said we were original primary road.
TV.
Hopefully. The south is a over like a sole access 54 connect to foot right foot right. The grind is solely isn't true as a condition. They had to earn and Ratliff.
Get to the end of this. More property. Are the upper court user
no. Slides on that. There you go.
So the primary access on the left hand, I'm sorry, Ryan Manassi for the record, the primary access on the there you go, on the right-hand side, on the bottom. You can see our two that old frontage road or Upper Alafia Court. So that was the
okay.
No
Thank
worries.
you so much.
And then we were going to bring up clip 1 from County TV.
Here again on the when we received it, a series of emails led up to the letter of objection, and I'm providing you with the emails, but in any event, we got that if we would pay $200 for cost right away, our day to email. There's a rate, but it's and that's the city. We would with the time okay that these are this attorney is was and who was going to pay for it. So clip number 1.
We don't need to go into the depth that we went in with staff to get here today. So to deal with entitlements, we use policy 19.3 for a mixed-use bonus in the existing flex approval, which was part of the existing approval. And then with transportation staff, you can see circled here in red, it says last parcel to develop, and then we have this, this future right-of-way area here circled. And what's happening here is FDOT and transportation staff want this old Gibson Tip Drive, this roadway here, to eventually connect through the PD. And there are conditions in place to make that happen, but as development progresses, the opportunity to locate that right-of-way gets smaller and smaller. And as that happens, we have to show where that's going to be to ensure that future access spacing can be met and future design can actually be established, because none of that is known here. And so in the prior version, it's a little confusing, but this larger area here was the last parcel to develop, and it came to the plan.
Okay.
Have all these access points. And so what will happen eventually is the access will come to this future right away, and then these parcels will have cross access, so the access spacing is properly achieved.
Okay, so that clearly demonstrates
Okay, also note,
clip 2's on? Okay, let's go to clip 2 then.
It's about 1 minute, 10 seconds, so it should be.
At the meeting for the West about the permit out on the record. We'll construct if in the applicant to the applicant to comply and provide we just
and right away and have and in terms of obligation to pay for construction. You heard him say that it could be the county, it could be the developer property on the hook. Early last year, the developer elected to proceed at his own initiative project. Construction plan imposed up to 50. I'd like to again, it's virtually it's kind of ironic their project. Client chip in and use a lot. In the project next door, everything they land county has to avail developers using the X using the 19 parking that in the least their existing their exact be by the situation. It's just she's not under that and argues is clearly not evidence under the law. So in summary, there are no legitimate land use concerns relating to the impacts, and this is clearly a case relating to economics. So the developer is simply trying to thwart our client because of the opportunity provided by this major modification. And therefore, we have an evidence recommendation.
Thank you. Go to
site drive 848 of use family uses and exists. The other is so issues with the use with social concern or 2 to 1 for that hotel also is required for the house, but setback are support.
Hello, the transfer. The opportunity staff you'll know that right of way qualified by the tonight. That front to them stating that you'll have drive evidence project 75 occurring since the project's original file necessitated the adjacent fees access. Access the adjacent P arranged by and preserve. Were agreed to PDB application, including conveyance on Hill Drive, and have time to decide that working through a solution and vote 5. You heard those videos. The applicant with their zoning modification plan approval. There's a and now applicants Issues with multiple vendors. They were managed their private modification characterizations with access that had to be. They agreed. Well, we thought that the requirement efficient proceed to the specific part, but also like access not borne by a party. Again, for the charge of dedicated the county, bring you to 23 explicit quote improvement Hillsborough County. The applicant of that and include way in one of the that they could move on that to bring the roadway all the way down road. Also existing segment at traffic signalized intersection. The driver efforts to stop segments road the new as well as other for the hearing response. Confusing that for tonight's case, which requires the developer of the way within the 50 right of way. That the developer to construct it's under we PD since the base of PD construction developer wanted to or in the event that deemed to be ripped out for some reason they would have to put the whole thing in. So this is really just a development item. If financial arrangements that the two parties want to work out between themselves as an issue between private they will not get involved, and as I mentioned are going to bear costs in either the dedication and conveyance of right, construction of certain maintenance in order to facilitate access. Increase in further cross access state client understanding that is defined in our vehicular between about range of so for example hotel project the applicant's application to access connect recording arrangement that's been described regard to the connector. Note that a local roadway state 5,000 utilized about 51 within their P was unlike which course section 3 was arrived project. Unaware of any data or record. And last, access to the major is unfair. But he's forced the applications or access and how project access to the court time, not to the county, that interchange and intersection necessary to facilitate the interview. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Just want to, but I just, so the code appears development, simple fact, and is correct?
Correct. PD, the dedication to the county, date and set. So once that is available, say be stalled and didn't access. And the developer just ahead of its hearing and build a that was certain. That's what they did.
We're done. Okay.
Mixed use area and mixed use will complement the mixed use consistent with in the livable of the proposed with the unincorporated.
See, no.
If by this provision, see LLC that just ease of property. Application this PD the hotel view the allotment the upper road and PD in great cliff section by Miss record. That issue it absolutely construction goes through and the increase in that crop being taken increased in certificate if the approved
the connection between. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. There's the cross-access road, and then there's the cross-access road, and then there's the connector road. The connector road connects the connector road. The connector road connects Alafia Preserve, Alafia Preserve Avenue with Upper Alafia Court.
Understood. Thank you.
The cross is proposed goes through the parking lot. It's a single lot that connects Alafia with the court. For the cross-access, every the cross road and road intensity was not being or acknowledged intensity the volume. I'm not sure. It'd be minutes. The staff are partners with accommodate the Lord. So, what that have a it's the property act through get to we again that allow or record the existing chain provided act the adjacent east emergency connector constructed vehicle preserve connector, and you've heard that for connection County connector wire the construct unlimited connection goes by the road. Six. Is a change. 6 with the addition 23 for partial. Objection owner.
Sir, the
other property. Object. Their letter.
Minutes.
Thank you. This owner proposed modification.
Leone, I am developing, and I just said it's going to and about not first and with property to the paving. Multiple fittings, hotel, now is some tech he wouldn't do way that west 5 months on my zoning for multiple times we submitted the request for our permitting with no roadway. We didn't want to construct, and Mr. Radcliffe again forced us because I need the access of this road for circulation to put this road in. I'm not going to take this without a fight all the way, whatever it takes in any legal courts. If 250,000 land, there's improvements to the I interest in my property owner improve land. I think it's serving Mr. Bell. No. Access because they were to it goes so allow us access close down no access. I expect that circumstance improvements. Which
so much. Yeah.
Utah.
Testimony. Heinrich.
Nothing. I don't know if any other.
Ratliff.
Mr. Ratliff, bring able to the excuse me, Alice, that they were able to meet.
Back the last 5 minutes. I'll long just to keep it to
just numbers to the existing act before for to 200 directed me to objection letter today. Please advise client's position. If we can resolve this by objection and your attorneys in the tonight and assertion and Ms. testify on the Jason Park just cross access road. So the question is building okay. as a request of their act. I shall from the 50 as much code, kind of a the 50 parcel preserve our burden of we unless you have any questions.
This major clock. Let's just make it resume the hearing. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're resuming the March 24th, 2025 zoning hearing master hearing. With that, Ms. Heinrich, we're ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item D4, Major Mod 25-0136. The application or the applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 10-0137. Development the applicant's
Mike is, there you go. It's on. Turn it on.
All right. Boulevard, Tampa. Fair title. Heads. The point of expound a little bit. Originally, there's a fair strip cap page and text, and it's going to give you
is about the certified located on the highway 7-acre of a service. The major public here, and this is where starts this further to of industrial further to was in the from commercial for much parcel here red the mean here with a here this is and they have the is to office locate conditions and with this within the staff report. It's also to limit the restaurant with away from the residential to the south. So we limit the if there's any restaurant with drive-through limit to be this area along the front. Add mini warehouse use and also to add an access that's right in and right out on 301. Development services the ruled this roadway expanded 4 and 6 lane, and they find that the development standard restricted uses requirement with the LDC, the scale of the development, and we also have it's kind of limited because we do have a wetland in the middle of the site. Does help the site to be supportable, recommended at approval. Part of the conditions that we're providing, again, it was that 200-foot setback from the west for any restaurant with drive-throughs, and that includes the parking, the drive-through area, or anything like that. But also we are providing architectural standards for the mini warehouse use. Planning Commission had some concerns with compatibility by introducing fast food and restaurant drive-through adjacent to residential development. This request, we felt like it does meet this policy, especially since it's located along a highway, a major, again, highway north in the county, by limiting the location 200 feet away from here. And to the resident. They also had concerns with uses, and they felt development to the west. And there is an approved to it without conditions. The additional setback drive-through does mitigate any of these present neighborhood immediate residential. Again, we're back additional design requirements. All of that addresses the compatibility. We do not meet commercial location criteria. 0.7 to consider neighborhood uses, you have to be located. Many criteria. One of them is FDOT on arterial road. But the most qualifying intersection is Boulevard. This is the road T intersection. So therefore, we would in 500 feet of that intersection. That falls within the wetland. So, but if you look on the other side, in the Res 6 future land use, they meet that requirement. So on one side of the road, you meet the commercial location criteria, you can request all these uses, but not on the other side. It is a 6-lane at this point, 6-lane major arterial roadway. And the restaurant drive-throughs are neighborhood serving uses. You'll find them typically in these heavy corridors, but you'll have some residential behind. And this site, we are adding the access on clearly oriented the use towards that highway. The Riverview South Shore Community Plan, the Planning Commission does see that the proposal does meet the intent of the corridor, but felt like Gold 1 of the Riverview seeks to achieve a better design density that are compatible with the Riverview vision, and they felt like there was not appropriate provision and compatible buffers and transition, and therefore they felt that it does not meet that. I'm in a different opinion that, again, by providing the additional setback, providing the additional architectural design components, does meet the vision of the community plan. Request for approval. We felt like there's no compatibility concerns with the enhanced buffer, the enhanced setback, the architectural design. It's located on a major FDOT arterial roadway, and the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Riverview South Shore Community Plan. I'm here if you have any questions.
Just a quick one about the existing mini warehouse in the PD that's in Parcel A.
Yes.
When was that developed, and how did that meet commercial locational criteria?
That meets the commercial location criteria because it's just within that 1,000-foot distance. It actually ends right somewhere along this area here. It was look at that one.
All right.
Good evening. The is the pocket this general uses to 150,000 square feet of mini warehouse uses. The request also and allow 670 feet to the BPA. To blend those are under property western side 1/4 consists of single hotel use used to the name the developed for houses within or major gas in this area. Additionally, also find requirements for various development in the rest.
Planning Committee residential proposed uses that will be on the subject is meant there are still a range of uses that on this drive-through action zoning 16 directly to industrial site. The proposed pattern that intends for this with policy compatibility. It does not see proposed.
Is there anyone in opposition to the request? All right. Anything else? All right. Malloy, you have the last word with regard.
We a bit of a as we architectural were pervasive. Was up there for a long time. Just commercial criteria. Was to equity Sims Road, and I believe you define it. And then the our site is wetland, undevelopable. T, yeah, for the locational criteria there, but we're on a 6-lane highway. Pardon me. I believe county here on 301. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then close major modification 20136.
Our next application, item D, PD 25E2P. Greenland. Presentation.
Is the applicant here?
Isabella with the area is a mixed-use development, commercial and office and retail resident to the north, and zoning is during rural, some residential surrounding the site. Request is for 40 lots at 50-foot wide lots. Development Services and Planning Commission staff both recommended approval. There's no objections from reviewing agencies, and we are requesting for approval. And I'm here if you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much.
I just want to clarify that we are going to be doing a companion PRS to remove our site from the PD that I just talked about.
Understood. Thank
I'm
you
here
for
if you
that.
have any questions.
Appreciate it. If you could
Thank
sign
you.
in. Development Services.
Chris Grellenhardt again, Development Services. Here to present PD 25-140. The applicant proposes to rezone 11.74 acre property containing 4 parcels from PD and A to PD 010 to allow 46 family detached dwelling units. The 50th state a companion minor modification. PD 420 has removed the 3 in the old PD to new PD if approved. The lists of the resident project land use map consistent with the comprehensive plan. Surrounding to the request, single residential parcel TD and AR B20 to 40 single units would be considered the area. We find it approvable that might have.
Thank you so much.
In the 12 future land use area, urban service area, community. Proposal and the intent of land use new development to the surrounding compatible with dominant character surrounding. This case is mostly family uses. Those implement the surrounding based on the following goals, objectives, and policies. Planning staff finds the proposed development consistent with the Hillsborough County comprehensive plan subject proposed by the development department.
Speak in. Anyone in favor? Anyone opposite? Okay. Close. Zoning 25-110. Real quick, we have 6 cases. The policy of the case is I can't hear. Let's call the next.
Name is RDC changing provides
Applicant here.
Moreau and Jonathan from visuals for total dwelling units 0.7. So our parcels construction sold to our have nearly the west portion, which phase 1 effort is immediately equivalent parcel into the you were located in this area very close to the city of Tampa state limits west of 3 of ML to the R west of east C12 CG. Zooming in, you see and again on the western to the footprint, it's a little has already site plan that pattern. So in portion plan, again, phase 1 near look for a couple dates or 20 completed in phase 1. Phase will add future land use with a limit to the site. With the county, we appreciate all their effort process. We have additional will be this evening. Condition report. One is for the initial and be developed right up at. We requested some wiggle in that way. The other is to revise the construction access to be considered at the site. We don't want to. One could be outside. We don't want to be overly across the board again. To this supported by numerous plan listed here. One design is already found approvable. Staff. At the end of the county needs a place where it makes. So with that, I'll conclude. I'm happy to answer any question. Copy of the condition, Ms. Finch.
Good evening. Requesting to 1.8 acre tract P to single family development of 12 acre, maximum 44 units. Development are primarily residential, also include to zone plan. The standards for land development are standard district 500 and will be maximum 40 units. The services does not foresee any concerns with the proposed development appropriate.
Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
To apologize, I read this testimony time. The 25040 consistent, same with this, and I can reread it if you would like.
For the prior case, you mean?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, because you submitted the,
Okay.
into the record, so that's fine. So you can just go ahead. If
Okay.
you want to give a shortened version of your testimony, that'd be
Sure.
great.
The site is in the Res 12 future land use category, is in the urban service area and within the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The proposal meets FLU Objective 16, Objective 12.1 community design component. As the existing to and be predominant character surrounding area. Based upon the above consideration and the policies, commission staff finds the unincorporated Hillsborough County to the conditions by this department.
Is there or in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? One miss, Rick. Mr. Word. Thank you. Close -04 and go to the next case.
Our next application is ID 25-14. The application from AR Tim Lamb Service provide.
I'm here representing 7 Brian for author agent. Here a request for E 06. As you can see, beautiful picture to make everybody. A 20 for density for improvement. If you see here from the south side of Bryan Road, have already started due to a prior development. The prior development is well over 250 units. And at the time of when we submitted to start this process, the infrastructure wasn't quite in. It now has pretty much come to a completion there. Bryan Road has been improved as well as Williams Road coming in. We are aware that we'll need an additional turning lane to occupy the additional traffic growth that we anticipate to add, of which is in the sufficiency review. It is also in an area quickly changing, like I mentioned. It has easy access to the interstate, and we don't foresee any significant changes to traffic patterns that will affect the area, again, for affordable housing. For this density bonus, we have already done a lot of the criteria of which we have to, in good faith, we've executed the LURA agreement. We also have, if I need to, do I need to provide, we've gone ahead and gotten some HUD financing approvals. Do we need to provide that into evidence?
You can submit whatever you'd like into the record.
Okay, then that is all. Unless we have any other questions, I tried to keep this as short and sweet as possible.
I appreciate that. No further questions. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Don't forget to sign in.
Yes.
Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. So I will do a brief overview. The applicant did a good job at going through the application. The applicant's proposing a development of 108 multifamily affordable residential units, AD 12-6, which is approved for 650 hotel house use up to 20 units. The applicant pairing rate, is the back, which is identified in the and use area. Additionally, there's a approximately 75 area development upon green space north with approximately 120 feet. The applicant is requesting a few on the west boundary. The applicant proposes a town-wide buffer type A screening, and the requirement is wide buffer. The applicant proposes as shown on the site plan buffer. The applicant's proposing with type A required buffer is a for screening. A bound can propose buffer type A screening. Required buffer is a application included in the applicant's submittal. Per the applicant's in the process, the report is under additional information in 7. It's not executed. There may be more changes. Office of the County and Services Affordable. And that concludes.
Just your testimony, very to reduce the buffer. Relief from one.
They buried it in their narrative. Didn't have a for it. Definitely did within. So some of the justification for that move into their. But it's in there. You kind of have
a waiver.
Correct.
Okay.
If it's a standard we look at for compatibility reasons, that's why they went into the narrative. The standard variation, obviously, you don't upon the overall of a holistic approach, the relief of the standard.
So thank you.
You're
Planning Commission.
Willamette use 20 land use category. Mango Community 1. Policy 1 of the Hillsborough Comprehensive Density Uses will be utilized as an incentive to encourage the development density bonus proposal is west of the site. The applicant has offering in of intensity consider
right the applicant. Okay, thank you. That will close 2515 and go
Our next item D, PD 7 is requesting property from PD and AR to PD. Caroline Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett again. This is probably the easiest request you'll see all night. We are adding a 20-inch strip to an existing PD that is already platted and already developed. And we're here to answer any questions.
So no new units, it's just this extra acreage?
No new units, no changes to conditions, just the strip to get a little more depth to those lots. If you look at the plat, you can see they're a little bit shorter than the other lots within, adding this 20 feet, which we were able to acquire after the approvals with those more standard lots.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Caroline Peddle, Development Services. Again, this is rezoning PD 240147. The applicant is requesting a rezone the existing PD 210315 and the 0.16 acre property zoned southern property on the southern side of the necessary 6 southern end of PD 210103. The number of is new PD community guidelines, the existing 21 and the 25-year 140 size and as approvable subject to the proposed conditions.
So much. I appreciate the mission.
Will Mickey plan? The subject for is in the urban service within the limits of the Ruskin area-wide plan. The proposal to add the 0.61 AR part to the southern is compatible with the surrounding area and meets of a and flu 1. Comprised of single-family HOA common uses. Consistent with commission staff, the proposed consistent with operated county comprehensive plan to the conditions proposed department.
Much audience or would like to speak? No one in opposition is required. And we'll close
2-026. The applicant requires modification PD 8002. Would develop this will applicant's present.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Karen. From here on out. Brief. So is the client IP we're proposing surrounding area shopping plaza that has a Walmart and a Publix to redevelop it. This is the existing shopping center. You've got the Walmart site and the Publix side towards the east. You can see the tenants are and seeing sort of other style development to see a more modern development that we will see in the future. This is a proposed site plan. You'll see that we're eliminating the Publix and we propose, super big box on the back side, on the east side of the site, and that side of that site was just an amendment to go to Res 20. This subject site is OC 20, and that was used as a justification to go to the Res 20, and that PD has been filed by another applicant for residential 20 for multifamily and some commercial. And you'll see we have the uses oriented more towards the roadway, so they're better seen and can be more visible to the traveling public. So we hope that that will help with the success of the shopping center. And we are also proposing a more specific mix of uses to ensure that we're properly analyzing the traffic and the parking for this development. And again, seeing that basically we're doing the relocation of the big box store, relocation of retail options, and we are really over the overall PD, original PD was 0.13 FAR, and we're asking for 1.16, which is much less than 0.75, which is already allowed on the site. So basically 78% less than what we could ask for in the future land use. We are asking for PD variations for parking. That we can go into as much detail on that as you would like, but bottom line, punchline is that we're asking for 4.5 spaces per 1,000, but subject to both a trip cap and a use cap from the type of uses. And again, Michael Yates is here from Palm Traffic, and he can go into that in more detail should you want to hear that this evening. Overall, we've been found consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, and Development Services is recommending approval with conditions. We've reviewed those conditions and they're acceptable to us. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
I just have a quick question about the actual square footage that you're asking for. Maybe it's how it's laid out in the staff report. But the most important thing to me was to look at the zoning condition, the proposed zoning condition. It shows the major mod as 222,000 square feet. That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, because I think there's references to other portions in the PD perhaps
Yes.
that aren't subject to the major mod.
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right, that was it. Thank you so much. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 85206 to allow an existing shopping center to be redeveloped with up to 222,000 square feet of retail space. which would include up to 181,000 square feet of large-scale retail development. The modification area is currently allowed up to 10,000 square feet. Petition to be required.
Mr. Ball, is why I'm confused because the staff report 28. Is that because the condition says 22? I want to make sure.
Yeah, there was a revised staff report that was, I'm not sure, the one
Have the
correct modification area, which include 2 out southwest corner. Those are 6,000 total. This one, the 20,000.
I see.
It's the.
Thank you. Go ahead. Apologize.
Anyhow, based on the media and the proportional site, 200-foot setback from the screening from the residential to the north, the property separated from the modification by 5-foot wide public right, and the modification will be from the eastern proposed development, but also large-scale designs of the EC and a for the that for restaurant use, local parking, fine proposed compatible with the zoning and development pattern here to condition.
For the record, transportation that and supports it.
And they did everything.
Thank you so much.
You're
Willamette staff. Commercial 20 category, urban serving uses located north of the site, occasional uses and single use. Like commercial public uses exist the subjects, the intent of a object, the intent, objective 4.4 development is compatible with development pattern. Upon conditions and policies blur.
Thank you. In the room, minutes. If you want us to divide it.
Grover in a north of that east when they built 15 berm that only the found in the so since that berm was we line area flood zone 80 there 7 8 where that berm moving storm toward west and that can give even flooding that's going to occur. So Russ being on the low end of that is really concerning. And also high view, which is of that, is narrow. Have to stop and go around. It is approved. I would hope it would get because it's a problem with no traffic comes corrections park there. So we have a lot of traffic up in that area. So our concern is the flood. The noise is just so bad because we're right there and directly in and the dump. It's just noise. Not better forward. Thank
you for coming. Appreciate it. Please sign.
17 high. And with moving that berm down, I'm worried about we're have a lot of getting on our, and I'm worried about because I run them off, but own it. At least from right there, south, east corner, 1,000 where it's going to be road has more traffic that's widening does line where they got up. They'll be with those got one lane dirt road that crosses Mr. So it's not dead free. So in 579 where they merge their lanes getting out like no the other road is about 2. So we get about my only.
Thank you for coming. Sign in. All right, seeing and we'll close that portion and we'll develop this. Anything else? All right, Ms. Corbett, you have 5 minutes for.
Yes, one of our experts to come speak about to be sworn in.
Okay. It hasn't been plans to. And where the time to provide the truth. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's I'm on 4700 Drive, 140 Tampa. We're the civil engineers on the project. We're just preliminary now, but drainage goes will be fictional requirements. Requirements more strict than the of the wall occurred. So if anything, any kind of or situation approved currently, if there is. Thank
Please
you.
sign.
Michael Yates, and I have been sworn. I wanted to address use the as you can relocate where you have discussion Terry Lane, the existing one here today being building located over here. So are being from to reduce noise, but we're also adding the project does not exist. We are strengthening the northbound right. We are adding southbound right to a school traffic, and we are also adding a lane at the 29 ML. We have out high view. It is the southern portion of the property only. Is the section of that has already been approved. So section has been ready and already has curb and gutter, and there is an administrative variance for substandard road there.
And so that right out only is channelized to prevent.
It's channelized to prevent anyone from going north, but it's designed because the access to MLK is being reduced to eliminate the left out. This is providing the shopping center a way to have access to the signal at Highview without using MLK, trying to reduce the traffic on MLK.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
I'm going to let Ms. Corbett finish up.
Ms. Corbett, quick question about that berm that was mentioned. Is that true? It's being reduced or eliminated?
We are changing the standards to comply with these PD standards, so I don't know, I don't think a berm is planned as part of the development, but we are redeveloping the entire site. And so as we have told you, we have to build to new standards. So if there are new stormwater rules, we have to comply with those stormwater rules. The buffering and screening will be as it's proposed on the PD plan. There's no particular requirement for a berm, but we are just, I think that is an option under the different types of B buffers and types of buffers that are allowed or permitted. But significantly, there should be a significant reduction in the noise to those people on Terry Lane, given the reorientation of the buildings. And keep in mind that this site is already entitled for 195,000 square feet. There would be no requirement for someone to come in and redevelop the site and switch the orientation of the building. So that is why we think, even though we're adding about 40,000 more square feet of retail to the proposed development, overall, it's a general improvement to what the current design is. And with that, we respectfully request your approval.
Just to clarify, the berm mentioned came from the opposition that evidently there's an existing one there. And so there was a thought that it was going to be reduced and/or eliminated. That was my question.
Eric Giuliano, Bowman Consulting. It's not really a berm. There's a stormwater pond behind the existing Walmart now, and it kind of goes down and then it goes up. So really, we're not going to be knocking that, we're not going to be lowering that berm at all. I mean, it's going to be part of our development, but the pond's just going to be relocated. We're not dropping the elevation of our development, per se. So we're not into final engineering at this point, but that's the general explanation for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anything further, Ms. Corbett? All right. Then with that, we'll close major modification 25-0265 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D10, PD 25-0269. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD to PD, and Carolyn Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Oh, forgot. Yes.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, Henderson. And in the interest of time, the only issue we have with this particular request is Planning Commission finding of inconsistency. And so I'm going to have our planner come up and make his presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Stephen Sposato, Certified Planner of Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson Street, Tampa. And I'll try to move through this quickly as well. Its project is a redevelopment of an existing site with the predominant use being open storage of RVs and boats, and we're proposing a freestanding emergency room, or FER. It's an efficient layout, especially given the narrow and deep, the depth and the narrowness of the width and the depth of the length, and it results in a relatively limited envelope for the building. You can see the storm, that's like the peach color. Stormwater is in the rear. There are two drop-off areas, one in the front, which is the patient, and then one in the back. They're looped, and that is for the emergency services. There are two variations, both supportable. The first reduces the buffer along the western boundary from 20 to 10 feet, accommodates the Cummings Lake Drive private drive, and it also allows for larger building setbacks along the east side of the site. And then we're also increasing the fence height along the northern boundary, or Mystic Seafloor Drive, from 4 to 6 feet, as it functions more like a rear rather than a front setback. The LDC defines an FER as surgical services and emergency care on an outpatient basis. It complements the hospital ER as well as public emergency services providers. It disaggregates the service, places them closer to where the demand is, and also allows less critical cases to be handled more efficiently. And I think kind of key to our presentation is the operating characteristics. As compared to a hospital ER, it's much less intense in terms of daily cases, has a very low ambulance arrival rate, and very rarely do the ambulances utilize sirens when arriving or departing. And not to state the obvious, but there are already emergency vehicles utilizing Bloomingdale Road and area roads, and so this is a fact of the case. In terms of the appropriateness, logic starts with the LDC. The FER is a permitted use in the BPO and also the CN designations as a conditional use. The only conditions are no helipad or heli stop, and it has to be located in arterial or collector roadway, which is the case for our project. So the clear intent of the LDC is to allow this type of use near residential or mixed-use environments. This is especially, I guess, additionally made certain that an FER is permitted without conditions in the more intensive commercial zoning designations. I just gave two examples where you want to place emergency services. They benefit from being proximate to residential communities. And the Station 37, for example, that's a fire station. It's just to the west of our site, is directly across from residential, for example. The plan guidance also supports what we're proposing. We're in the the urban general designation on the Brandon Character District Plan, and we're also within a center and along a connection on the centers and connection maps. Both of those promote mix of uses and are targeted for redevelopment. Did a quick inventory of current conditions showing how the corridor has been developing consistent with the plan. Also in response to market conditions. There are a mix of uses nearby, and there's a new apartment complex to the north called Integra Palms, and then to the east is Summerall. But you can see the view, specifically the view going north of the site. You can see the 4-story apartment complex just nearby. Just digging in a little bit closer in terms of compatibility. It's smartly designed, again, given the narrowness and the depth of the property. It's a single-story building. We're 32 feet from the east property line. We have a 20-foot buffer along that same line. I just took an image of looking from the Kings View lane, looking into our site. Currently, again, this is a redevelopment. You can see the existing RVs directly adjacent to that common boundary. And then to the south, we're approximately 160 feet from the units to the south. We do have a contrary, I have a contrary opinion in terms of consistency with the Planning Commission. I think Cami mentioned that. I do find it consistent with the plan and compatible with adjacent development. The use and intensity is consistent with the SMU 6 designation. Again, I mentioned the Brandon plan and also the centers and connections. Again, this area is targeted for redevelopment and has been experiencing that redevelopment. And again, given the use that's proposed and how it's defined in the LDC, and with all of the different site design characteristics, clearly it's compatible with adjacent development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't forget to sign in.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Corbett, did that complete your presentation?
For now, yes.
Okay. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Carolyn Peddle, Development Services. I do have some revisions to the report. It's on page 1 for the existing PD acreage, and then it includes my name as the case reviewer.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Again, this is rezoning PD 250269. The applicant requesting to rezone 4 parcels at approximately 2.93 acres from the existing PD approved for boat, RV, and domestic vehicle upholstery shop to a new PD to allow a freestanding emergency room. The applicant seeks a variation to LDC 606 for landscape and buffer. Staff does not object to this request. They also seek a variation to LDC Part 607 for fences and walls, and staff does not object to this request as well. The project meets the conditional use requirements for freestanding emergency rooms as it meets the road requirements and does not propose helistops or heliports. The PD will provide a 20-foot type B buffer along the eastern and northern property lines adjacent to the residentially zoned properties, Additionally, a 10-foot wide buffer with type B screening will be provided along the western property along Cummings Lake Drive to buffer and screen the existing residential unit from the proposed use. To further mitigate the compatibility concerns regarding the residential uses along the eastern property line, the site has been configured so that the site circulation and parking is not located between the building and eastern property line. The site will also provide the LDC required buffering of 20 feet and the screening type B along that eastern property line. With a proposed one-story building at 26 feet in height, the project will meet the 2-to-1 setback increase with a limited intensity of 0.1 FAR. The staff finds the request approvable subject to the proposed conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The site is in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and within the Brandon Community Plan. The proposal does not meet Policy 3.1.3 requiring all developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The nature of the proposed 24-hour emergency room causes significant compatibility concerns as single and multifamily uses extend to the north and south. The proposal does not meet the intent of Future Land Use Section Objective 4.4 and its associated policies, as there should be a gradual transition of intensities between the different land uses given the residential uses around the subject site. The transition to a use allowed in commercial general zoning district would allow for development that is not compatible with the surrounding area and would be inconsistent with the aforementioned policy direction. The site does meet CLC, however, commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be taken into consideration when granting approval for an application. Considerations involving land use compatibility, adequacy and availability of public services, environmental impacts, adopted service levels of affected roadways, and other policies of the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations would carry more weight than the locational criteria. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? No one. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, just a quick question that I neglected to ask you earlier. It appears from a review of the aerial that there's what appears to be open storage vehicles, like
Yes.
completely
Yes.
all over the property, right?
Yes.
And did I read that there's a reduction in vehicular trips
Yes.
when you compare the existing to the proposed?
Yes.
All right, that was it. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to kind of briefly put up the future land use map that's in the staff report. You'll see that not only has the development pattern grown consistent with the urban character district for Brandon, you'll see that there have been several future land use changes to intensify the development to allow those multifamily developments. So this really is a more urbanized area. And as we provided testimony, this is a permitted use as a conditional use in CN and BPO, and it's a really low-intensity commercial use, and we would respectfully request your approval for that.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 25-0269 and go to the last case.
Our last item is item E1, and that is special use general 25-0300. The applicant is requesting a non-conforming special use expansion permit, and Tanya Chappello with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. It's the applicant's turn. Last one.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. This is the subject property located out in Thonotosassa. It's an existing mobile home park. The history on this is there was a mobile home park granted NCU non-conforming status back in 1992. There were a couple of other subsequent rezonings that happened that included other parcels and other uses. But then in 2022, when our client purchased the property, they asked for another determination of nonconformity to confirm that that non-conforming use did not go away and was not extinguished somehow by those prior zonings. And then now we're asking for the one-time expansion to allow 14 additional mobile home units, and that backup is all in your in the record. This is the original NCU plan, and then this is the proposed expansion plan. really not we are making the change that we are bringing them up to the LDC standards, but other than we're not expanding the size of the parcel, we're just expanding the number of mobile home units. We actually have a preliminary site plan. It looks like this. You can see it's all self-contained within the same property. Staff has found it consistent and compatible, or Planning Commission has found it consistent and compatible, and Development Services recommends approval with conditions. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chapela, Development Services. The applicant seeks to expand the existing non-conforming use from 28-space mobile home park to a 42-space mobile home park. The site is located within an area consisting of agricultural and residential uses. The proposed development is compatible with the approved mobile home park use. The adjacent properties to the north and south are zoned for conventional and mobile home residential single-family uses. The proposed park expansion will be required to comply with the LDC mobile home park provisions. In addition, a 5 feet wide buffer type A screening shall be provided around the site's perimeter. Based upon the above, staff has not identified any compatibility issues associated with the request and recommends approval.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 2 future land use category, is in the rural area and within the Thanotosassa Community Plan. The proposal meets the intent of Policy 4.1.3, which states legal non-conforming uses shall be recognized. The rebuilding or expansion of existing legal non-conforming uses which do not have any significant adverse effects on adjacent properties shall be permitted. The proposal meets the intent of future land use section objective 4.4 and policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the site already has a mobile home park on it, and the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mostly agricultural and single-family uses. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich? Anything
Nothing
else?
further, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett? Nothing. All right, then with that, we'll close special use 25-0300 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.